Good. All right, good morning. It is 8 a.m., January 24th, 2026. I'd like to welcome everyone here in the room and those participating online as I call to order this meeting of the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Board of Education for the purpose of conducting the school district's business. We value everyone's input and have made sure to dedicate a portion of this meeting to hear from you. In case you missed it, there's a sign-in sheet up there by the front door for anyone wishing to speak, and we look forward to your comments during that time as it's indicated on our agenda. A few times a year we do meetings at different times. We schedule that far in advance. It's kind of nice, I think, that if somebody works a second shift or something, but they have an opportunity to come in at a different time and share anything with us that they want. So, Mr. Godham, please call the roll to get us going.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn?
Here.
Mr. Kinsey?
Present.
Mr. Price? Here. Dr. Pryor?
Present.
5 present.
All right, please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mike's.
All right, so does anybody have any correspondence for the board this morning?
I will, not that I received anything, but I did send an email to our local representative and senator about the legislative activities where they're trying to, quote unquote, address our high property taxes in the state of Ohio. It's a pretty detailed email, and I received no response. So, and the basic gist of what I was saying was what they are doing is not addressing the root cause, the root cause of our situation in Ohio with high property taxes, with essentially schools being the predominant amount of consisting of our property taxes. I think here it's about 55% of our local tax bill is attributable directly to the schools. Keeping in mind that only gets us, because we only get about 22% or so from the state these days. Historically, somebody did some research a while back, and I think back in the 80s we were getting on the order of about 65% of our funding from the school. And as they've shifted more and more and more from the state level to the local level, that's been the absolute root cause of our explosion of property taxes in the state of Ohio. So I'm a bit disappointed, but not surprised that I didn't get a response from our representatives. Maybe I'll send them the link for these comments I just made here in a public meeting, and maybe that'll prompt them to respond, because this is serious. I just think personally and very bluntly, any activity they're doing at the state right now is just a smoke and mirror and a charade to try to make people think that they're really serious about tax reform, when in reality it's going to make minimal difference. And any difference it does make is going to be a further dig on local school districts and put us under more, I guess, stress than we already are from the uncertainty and lack of state funding. So, Mitt, I appreciate today you're going to talk to us about this situation. And again, I believe the flurry of activity from the state is because they're terrified that the people of Ohio may say we're done with property taxes come November. And then we're all in a extreme emergency, from schools to police, to fire, to township, roads, libraries, all that, because all property taxes feed into all those things I just mentioned. So anyway, I will follow up with them again. It'd be interesting I'd love for them to be here. In fact, probably what I will do is I will forward your presentation today to them and say, hey, as a follow-up. Yeah, I didn't hear back, but that is correspondence that I had going out on this matter. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have anything else they want to share? All right. Can I take a strong guess we don't have anybody on the list? All right, so open communication period. We have nobody who signed up tonight, this morning. Haven't. So we will move into the bulk of our meeting, which is our work session here that we do every year. I'll go first on that.
District goals. I will go up to the podium and make us more official up here. So this is presentation on our district goals. So this is year 3 of our district goals. If you remember, it's already been 3 years since we've started on this. We did a 3-year plan, keeping it short, keeping us focused. And so this is year 3 of that. So the bulk of this presentation is a mid-year update. So of the past 2 years, given a mid-year update and this time at this meeting, and then a final update or end of the year update in June. So this is our mid-year update. So there we go. So overview, these are essentially it's 4 goals. Culture and climate are 1 goal and 2 pieces to that. So focus 3 and artist and teacher. Again, artist and teacher, focus 3, we really have integrated into our positive behavior and intervention supports, our discipline, but a proactive approach to discipline, showing kids how to behave rather than just being proactive rather than reactive. Again, there's always situations where we have to be reactive, but of trying our best to be proactive. And so actually, the banner right in the back behind the board, so that is in every building. And then at the lower levels, there's more specific versions of that, and even at the middle school, of what does that look like in the hallway, what does that look like in the cafeteria, what does it look like in the classroom. So trying to be very specific with students on behaviors and not only behaviors but expectations. So artist and teacher really is trying to build on the strengths of teachers. So it's evolved into peer-to-peer. So not only principals go into the classrooms for artist and teacher, but their peers do. And so there's 23 different items that they're looking for, and really it's those things that make a teacher good, and so, or do a great job. And so maybe it is, proximity of me to the student, that if some kids are being a little loud over there, rather than calling them out, I go over and just proximity-wise go over there, and they'll probably quiet down. Or chunking information, that people can only process so much information at a time. So rather than just going for 40 minutes at one time, chunking things in bite-sized pieces. So those are just a couple pieces with the artist and teacher. And then the other piece of that is letting that teacher know, hey, I saw you do this. It had the impact on students of this. So being very specific rather than saying great job, it's you did a nice job on this, and it really had a positive impact. I saw the positive impact on the students on this. So that's what we call 30-second conversations, or a craft conversation. Craft conversations kind of back and forth for maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes. So it's real quick hitter kind of things, but really trying to build on the strengths of teachers.
Question.
Yep.
Who or from where does this structure come for this program? Is it from the state? Is it from some university?
So it's from an individual called Mike Rutherford. So we probably attended something. It might have been 4 or 5 years ago through the Montgomery County ESC. They were holding some sessions. So he, as a former principal, former administrator, former teacher, he had kind of earmarked 23 things that he sees as he went into classrooms that make a difference. And so there's more pieces. There's 30-second conversations, craft conversations. There's more things that he has. We just haven't gone to those other pieces yet. And so it's a really flexible kind of thing. So, but it's an individual that is, I would say, national or regional. It's just not an individual like in our school district. It's a regional or national.
And this is utilized throughout maybe the country, or at least throughout the region here?
Throughout the region, definitely. So Montgomery County puts on PD every year on this, or throughout the year. And actually we hold what are called labs here also. So as folks are going through those PD, so a piece of that, they do some in-house learning or classroom learning. And then we've gone out into classrooms here at the middle school over at BCI, so they've used us as like a training ground where they would go in. The people that are getting trained, like our new folks, like Mr. Ward, went through a training this year. Mrs. Hebrink and Mr. Killen, when they became principals, assistant principals, they went through the training through Montgomery County ESC. So it's kind of a lab situation also. We've visited other places such as Fairmont. We've visited West Milton. Those are other places that we have visited to also kind of do those labs as their training for professional development. Yep.
Do those craft conversations like feed into OTES? They're evidence for OTES, or can
They can maybe happen at the same time as a walkthrough, but we're trying to keep those separate because
Separate.
this is not evaluative. This is kind of on the coaching side rather than evaluative side. But for time's sakes, sometimes our principals do, when they do their walkthrough, they also weave in that 30-second feedback or craft conversations either. But we like to keep those separate.
Okay.
But yeah. So already went through some of these things with Focus 3, so we're continuing to work on these things throughout the few years here, and this was a holdover from our last plan because we really want to stick with something for a while, and we really were embedding it into our PBIS system, Positive Behavior and Intervention Systems, and so this is a good holdover from our last plan that we wanted to continue on. And so this is things that we want to do with staff, students, staff not only professionally but also personally for Focus 3. E plus R equals O, event plus response equals outcome. We can't always control the events, but we can work towards an outcome that we want, and then our response really dictates what kind of outcome there's going to be. And so that's kind of one of the hallmarks of Focus 3, and I know our principals and folks work with those with our kids. If they're not making very good decisions, someone did this to you, however, you had a decision to make to get a positive outcome. You can do either X or Y, and both of those are going to have the outcome. Do you want, which outcome do you want? And so it's all about taking control of your behaviors, and also that growth mindset of things don't always go your way, things don't always go well, kind of like when you're given a lemon, make lemonade kind of stuff. So, E plus R equals O is really a piece of that. So district continues to build on Focus 3 philosophy. So these are some of the things through newsletters, really trying to get this information out to parents also, so parents could also utilize this information, and really trying to have a K-12 language so everybody is on the same page and doesn't have to relearn things when they go to a new building. Again, looks a little differently because the expectations change as kids get older, but the language should be similar and or building on each other. So at Stephen Bell, during morning meetings, read alouds, positive behavior recognition, parent newsletters, BCI, SOAR-Bucks, parent newsletters, trying to be consistent with messaging. So those are just some of the things that they are doing. Bellbrook Middle School, student council, again, consistent language, messaging, parent newsletters, and at the high school, videos through morning announcements, newsletters, and some targeted lessons. So really trying to just continue to build on that. The artisan teacher, I know I talked a little bit at this, I've already a little bit. So again, this year, first year we did 30-second conversations, the second year we did craft conversations, and now this year they can kind of choose whether they want to do a 30-second or a craft conversation with the individual. Like I said, they're doing those through peer-to-peer observations where other staff members are coming in and utilizing or seeing what's going on in other classrooms. And this also helps to break down barriers. A lot of times teachers and education can get kind of honed in on just their classroom. It really is beneficial to get in other people's classrooms and see, oh, I do it this way, you do it that way. They're both good, and they both get us where we want. Maybe I'll try that other way, that maybe we'll reach some more kids. So that is helpful for that.
So,
and then, yeah, go ahead.
second bullet there, you say, maybe you're going to get to that, I'm sorry if I cut you off, but the middle school is doing it during staff meetings. How can you really do productive one-on-one 30-second feedbacks in a
So they're practicing that language. So they have a staff member that does like a mini lesson.
Okay.
And so then they do different folks at different meetings, and so then the people in the audience give feedback to them. So it's more of a whole group approach this year. The past 2 years it's been more individualized.
Okay.
They've decided this year to then do that and then talk a little bit more about what that really looks like. So they've done a little different take on it this year, but they do a little mini lesson, and then the staff that's in the audience gives them feedback on it.
I see, okay.
Yeah, a little different. And then we will survey teachers to see if this is making a positive impact on them. Next is systems and processes. So we really have hit it hard with implementation science the past few years, and really trying to not only document but obviously use evidence-based practices, and then also follow through and having a 2 or 3 year plan with implementation of things, and really trying to hone in rather than going on to the next thing so quickly, really trying to focus and hone in on those. So really this, couple years ago, we did we were supposed to have done the first year human resources, and then selection, deselection of programs, practices, curriculum, or frameworks. And then this year we were supposed to do MTSS. We got off to a little late start that first year, so we ended up finishing both the HR and the selection and deselection processes at the end of last year. And this year we are really working on MTSS. Again, we have a lot of these practices in place, but really documenting them, really trying to systematize them K to 12 is what we're really trying to do. And we will have a plan by the end of the year for the MTSS. It's not going to be fully implemented. We're going to have a plan of action on how we're, like a framework, how we're going to do that this next year and so forth. And so it's actually good timing. The state just came out. They've been putting this off for years. They came out with their MTSS system, and it's really good. And so it really focuses on the works. Hate to say the school up north, Michigan, but the state of Michigan really has a good MTSS system. So really focusing in on or the state one really modeled after that. So we're really focusing on MTSS, and really MTSS is an umbrella framework for really, I don't want to get too deep in here, but Tier 1 is the regular curriculum that every student gets if kids aren't getting what they need intervention-wise or giftedness-wise. Tier 2, how can you provide more specific intervention, and then Tier 3 is really much more intensive intervention. So that's what it is in a high level. And so there are, like ELA curriculum. That would be our Tier 1 curriculum for English language arts. Then Tier 2 are programs maybe like Just Words or a phonics program for older kids, and then maybe Wilson is another program maybe in Tier 3. But again, sometimes Tier 2 and Tier 3 can be the same program. It just is more intensive, smaller groups if we go to Tier 3. So we're really trying to delineate what we have in Tier 1, what is in Tier 2, what is working in those, and making sure that folks are using those specific ones, and then tracking progress for students, and really trying to see, are those programs making a positive difference? And so really trying to focus in on those. Yep, yeah.
The MTSS system, I presume that's handled totally separately from special education.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
any kid that is just struggling to read, whether it's
Correct.
due to a disability or just
Yeah.
struggling with it.
Yeah. I mean, students that are on an IEP could be getting some of those interventions, or maybe it's before they actually are identified. Can whatever it is be addressed through an intervention, and maybe that intervention can address the need, and if not, then at some point there is that
Kids can
possibility
get
for
level
disability.
2 or even level 3 supports without necessarily having an IEP.
Correct. Yep. Yeah. That is a separate. I mean,
I
Yeah.
think that population.
there could be some overlap, but those are separate kind of things. Yep. So and I want to get an alphabet soup here in education, but DITs and BITs, a district implementation team, building implementation team. It's the same thing, it just one's obviously meets at the building, one's at the district. There's some building reps on the district implementation team. It's a shared leadership team that all the buildings are represented on. And we have completed the creation of the selection deselection initiative review process. So really, if there's any type of big initiative that we're wanting to do, there's an application you have to do, there's a process you have to do. People just can't say, I want to do this great big program and not go through the normal processes, or a building really can't do that if it would impact everybody else. And so really trying to put some pieces in there. And the major reason for that is, let's set these things up for success. And so it's really like, what can we do if we think this is important as a district, what can we do to set this up for success and make sure it's successful long term? Because a lot of times with that implementation dip, you implement something new, it's sometimes really hard at the beginning and people give up real fast. And so trying to then remove whatever barriers there are, and trying to address those, and then pushing through that implementation dip and really continue on. Because a lot of times it's 3, 4, 5 years before you can really see whether that program is making a difference or not. So year 2 of our ELA curriculum adoption, and we are continuing to provide professional development for our teachers in that. And because again, the first year you do something, it's really difficult, really dense. The curriculum is really dense for our teachers and our students. It really is I would say challenging, age appropriate, but a challenging curriculum. And it's a knowledge-based curriculum, so not only are they learning about English language arts, but they're learning about topics throughout history, and being real intensive on those. Like I said, we're completing our human resources process and our onboarding process. And again, we did certified last year. This year we really kind of took the certified pieces and now have done the classified also. So as we start hiring in the next couple months here, we're ready to go. And then, like I said, we started the creation of the MTSS framework. Facilities. So done a lot of work with facilities, and really this is all about the 7 years master plan, and divesting possibly of any buildings that we may have of that, and engaging our folks through these plans also. So the facilities committee, we have a committee that meets twice a year, has representatives from each of the buildings. Some are non-admins, and so really boots on the ground of all the things that maybe need to be done in the building, and then also balancing that of maintenance, maintenance kind of stuff to more long-term kind of stuff. So maintenance really trying to address in other avenues, but really like what are some things that need to be done that are maybe a little bit bigger money. So as we've seen in here, the ice storage tanks at the high school, and that should be completing within the next month or so, month and a half. Working with Prodigy on the HVA systems at Stephen Bell and BCI, with the plan of being done before school this year, before school starts this next year. As the winter temperatures are really cold out there, it's really hard to get excited about HVAC, but come August, we will want that. And so building furniture budget, so there really in the past hasn't been a building furniture budget from the district level, and still really trying to replace a lot of things, maybe at the high school especially. They've been there maybe since they were still in BCI, and so getting our money's worth out of those, but after 25, 30 years, you got to replace some things, and so we're really trying to address that. And then updating our safety features, new doors, lockdown devices for classrooms, and really trying to address those needs also. I'll turn over to Mr. Godham here for the finance section.
Thank you. So basically for the finances, our main goal is to maintain a proactive stance for planning of future needs, financing needs, and being fiscally conservative. So our plan of actions are utilizing a 5-year plan for our operating expenditures, using a master facilities plan for our capital improvements that Dr. Kozad just went over, providing our taxpayers annual updates about what's going on with finances at the school district, and creating a financial advisory committee. So the indicators of success would be have a minimum cash balance established, 5-year forecasts are being utilized, our master facilities plan is being utilized, our bridge has financial updates in it, and the financial advisory committee meets twice a year. So here's what we have. At December 31st, 2025, 20% of our revenues, which we have established as a minimum cash balance required, was $7.9 million. We had $16 million, $16.9 million, so we're meeting that obligation. Business manager and treasurer, we've been working on a regular basis on the 7-year master facilities plan, and that's how we're coming up with all the capital improvements that are happening around the district. Our taxpayers will be provided with an annual update in the Spring Bridge. We're working on it right now. And the Financial Advisory Committee, it met on November 10th. We're planning on meeting again in the spring. Last time we met around March of last year, so we met twice in calendar year, but for this fiscal year, November 10th and hopefully this spring.
All right, any questions before we go on to this part? Okay, so next steps here. So we are in our, we'll finish out our final 6 months of this plan. And so I'll report back to the board in June, like I've done the last 2 years, to kind of finalize this plan. So because we're finishing this plan, that means we need to create a new plan. Or I would assume we're going to create a new plan. And so if we are, we're going to gather feedback in the next couple months, and then probably present a draft maybe in March and April, seek additional input on that draft maybe in April and May, and maybe finalize in June and implement in August. Again, this is just a kind of a proposal, just kind of thoughts that I had. More than happy to seek input. And so we also have some coffee chats that are set up in April on the 14th and 16th, and a senior luncheon on April 8th. And so that would be a chance if we have some of the plan done, or maybe just solicit feedback from those folks that show up at those meetings also, just to try to not allow, but to have public input on those pieces also at those coffees. Is there any questions on this? Is that thoughts on this? Is that what we want to do? Again, that's just kind of a proposal that I just kind of put there. I've sought some impact from our administrators also. I know there's some things that we probably want to continue to do and or expand upon. I think like the Focus 3 really is something we want to continue on, and maybe want to dig deeper, or, you know, I don't say go in a different direction, but just kind of go deeper and so forth. The systems and processes, I think, is something we want to continue, probably to pick a few new systems or processes we want to work on. But I don't know if there's any additional feedback, ideas, or if we want to think about it, and I'll bring it back at another meeting. You know, that obviously just fine too. Any
I
thoughts?
think it looks fine.
I mean, I think the 4 areas that we're focusing on, I can't imagine us not wanting to focus on them in some way to continue. I think it's, any feedback would be the sub-bullets to those, as Doug said.
Sure.
Systems, and the board may have some input as to what systems we'd like to see get addressed next or whatnot.
Yeah.
And come back.
Do you mind talking just for a second? Did did everybody like, this was a pretty streamlined, focused, short-term, 3-year thing. Did you like that? I know some schools might put together more of a 5-year, 300-page document with 26 strategic initiatives. I feel like this worked out pretty good. Did you like that, or?
I did, just because we've done that in the past, and it was really difficult to do a 20-page document, whatever it was. It was really intensive, and we were, say, going in a lot of different directions, but going in a lot of directions. And so, really of streamlining it, and also I think the 3-year is good. Again, I think things change a lot in 3 years. Even in our systems processes piece, we learned a little bit more. We learned a lot more, and we stayed true to what it was, but kind of the bullets or whatever kind of changed just because we became more knowledgeable. At the 3 years, it's quick, but I think that's good. Keeps focus on, and things change so fast in education. I like the 3-year and the streamlined approach. Again, I agree with Mrs. Dorn of the bullet. I wouldn't mind staying with these 4 also. The communication piece might be just something that's embedded in some of these, but maybe the bullet points could be a little different, yeah. There you go.
I think it's definitely easier to manage it if it's smaller and concise and you know where you're going. It's easier to see where you're going.
Right.
And where you've been. So, yeah,
Right.
I like the smaller,
Yep.
more concise.
Oh, I thought, Mrs. Dorn, I thought you had something else. No, okay, you're turning your thing back on. Okay, so I might put this on at various board meetings in the next few months just to see if there's any additional input or if I have additional information to share or anything, just to kind of keep it on track. And this will be the goal here. We'll see how it goes, because this is pretty. I would say this piece is pretty fast, but again, I think if we streamline it and keep these 4 areas and so forth, I think we can do it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next in our order of events here, kind of a board goals update. Take a look at if we want to, perhaps revising or continuing board goals into next year. This is something, I think this might have been our 3rd year that we've done board goals. I don't think that there's any official goals when I came on the board. Perhaps they've done it previously or whatever. So, the district has goals, the superintendent receives goals. Probably a good idea that we follow suit and we set some goals for ourselves. So I'll just kind of go one by one. Similarly, like I think especially the first 2, we're probably going to want to continue in perpetuity like we have been. But our first goal from last year was create new and build upon existing methods of communications between the board with community and staff. Open the floor. I feel like this is kind of a strength of ours, and I hear that in feedback from other people. And there's always new stuff, thanks to Mr. Conti and Dr. Kozad, like the financial edition of the bridge. I know, like we kind of generally say, hey, how can we make sure people know about finances or whatever? That spring edition of the bridge is fantastic. I still see people passing it around like 6 months later. Just as an example, the State of the Schools presentation was amazing. The superintendent celebrates videos and whatnot.
Or even, for example, what's happening right now, the recording and live provision of this meeting to the public. That's not necessarily common or among other government agencies and such like that. So if anybody has a question about what happened at a meeting, go back and there it is, for the last 5 years or more. So thanks, Henry, for what you do. You do a good job with this, so really appreciate that.
And I know we've, reached out, had multiple meetings with just 1 or 2 of us, having policy discussions before policies are deliberated and passed, with teachers union, with administrators. So all those things I would like to see continue. But anyway, sorry, I've been blabbing. Create new and build upon existing methods of communications between the board with community and staff. I would like to see that one continue.
Yeah, I think it's important. Yeah. Because, yes, it's something we do well and have improved upon, but it should always be the goal to keep going. So, yeah.
Thoughts? Change any language in there?
I think
We good?
Creating new, at some point you have to quit creating new.
I know.
You're gonna keep doing, my job has a problem with this. Like, always, you gotta do more next year, but I gotta keep doing the stuff I did last year too, so eventually,
Right.
I mean, there's always opportunity to flex, change, or whatnot, but, no, I agree, this needs to continue.
All right. Goal number 2, consider all new proposed costs through a lens of fiscal responsibility.
Yeah, that one's always going to be important.
Especially this year, I think, as we're heading into the expiration of our, not this year, but in the future, in the next couple of years, the expiration of our emergency levy and what the state is doing and what the voters could be doing. I think that's a focus we really need to hone in on.
But I guess it says consider all new proposed, but really it's a constant evaluation of everything we do, just not new, right? So do we need to maybe scrub that word a little bit or that phraseology?
just consider all costs.
Yeah, consider all current and new costs. Would that make sense?
Or just say, consider
Just
all
all.
expenses.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, it's probably the best, short and sweet.
Yeah.
Continue consider all expenses through a lens of fiscal responsibility. Does that need to be expanded on a little bit to say what I think Heidi just said there, in consideration of, you know, somehow funding, you know, state funding, local, whatever. In other words, educate people with these goals rather than just saying we're going to be good with our money. You know, at the same time, weave in there a statement that these are the constraints that we have to, you know, bounce this between. I don't know.
I think some of that's understood without having, again, I like that these are simple and these are straightforward.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. I won't argue with you
Yeah.
too much.
But yeah,
shake on that?
how long does that last?
Yeah.
But adding in, consider all current and, so consider all
Just
current
consider
and new
all.
proposed,
All
or
costs.
just all costs?
Yeah.
Consider all
Consider all
expenses through a lens of fiscal responsibility.
Yep.
That sounds good.
All right. Our third one was continue a systematic review and communication of board policy, seeking input and involvement from teachers, staff, and administrators as much as possible. I actually went back and rewatched our discussion about this from last year, just because I wanted to see, and it's funny, I'd encourage everybody to do that. I actually wrote it down, if you care. Hang on.
At 3
There we
o'clock
go.
in the
No, it
morning
was-
you did this? Like,
I was
what else
bored.
can I
I was
do?
bored yesterday sitting in front of my wood stove, keeping the house warm. But if you go back to last January's meeting, it was like hour 2, minute 10, so like 2:10, like we were discussing these. It's just interesting with this. Like we kind of foreshadowed, hey, I think it was Mrs. Dorn that said, hey, the next 6 months are going to be really important for policy, just for things being forced down from the state, like cell phone policy and the parental bill of rights in regards to sexuality content, and wanting to make sure that things were as much as possible not vague, weren't gray, so that people didn't know any shaky ground to stand on. So I don't know how much continuing a systematic review makes sense. A couple years, I know we've kind of gone through in a triaged order of some things, but I bet this year, who knows, could have more policy stuff, especially external to us, coming from the state or something.
I think this is a perpetual thing by definition, One thing, as I read this yesterday and gave some thought to it, obviously we're mentioning there seeking input and involvement from teachers, staff, administrators, but I think it's also fair to say the community, right? Because we should probably put that word in there
Yep.
to
Yeah.
say that we do value, and genuinely I do. I listen when people come and speak, and I appreciate that we have an open communication period, and obviously people have taken significant advantage of that over the last year. So I would like to make it clear that we embrace the community
Right.
by adding that word to the goal.
I agree. I thought of that too. We're all elected by the community, by our taxpayers. We're their voice in the schools. So
Right. Yep.
we still, definitely want to hear from them. So I'd add the word community.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems strange that it wasn't in there.
Yeah,
before.
teachers, comma staff,
I mean,
comma
do you,
administrators, and community.
right, do we need to do anything with systematic review, or is that, we're not continuing, because I know we used to take chunks of the board policy and try to review those. So we need to maybe finesse that wording right there.
Yeah, that was my first question when I read this. I think it was 2 years ago we decided, because this came up during some campaign stuff 2 years ago, 4 years ago, of wanting to go basically policy by policy and just kind of review everything. Yeah, is that still something that's pertinent? Or I remember, I think we've looked at every major section by now.
Yeah.
So now I think what we're doing that boards weren't doing, I think, call it prior to this board, but prior to Dr. Koga, was board members were not involved in deciding deciding what policies were put forth to the board, right?
Right.
There was no one that does what I typically do with Neola and joins the meeting to decide what gets approved. And so that's already an extra level of board involvement. So I think something like, it's still a systematic review in that that's part of the systematic review that kind of helps shape what, or an individual is chosen to help shape what the larger board, discusses and what's presented to the community, and then we're open for input, feedback from the community. I mean, pieces where there have been some struggle or some controversy in the last year have largely been around more implementation of policy than
Actual
policy itself. Not that there aren't policies that are controversial, there are. So I guess maybe, but it wouldn't really be a board goal, but maybe more of something to consider for future district goals of communication of policy implementation. And how, hey, this new, call it cell phone thing is coming in, and this is how we are, and that one was actually communicated, I think, really well. And using that kind of as a model for maybe other policies that are going to be impactful in buildings, and how implementation gets communicated, maybe would be not a board goal, but maybe play into those new district goals. But I think this is still, we're still doing a systematic review and communication of board policy. I think this stands as it is, in my opinion.
I think there's always going to be some 25-year policy we stumble upon that, oh, we got to change this. This is, out of date, and Neola will come up with a new random, oh, this one needs updated. And so, I think number 3 is fine. I would add the word
Add
community.
Yep.
Yeah. Mhm.
All right, anything else on those, or anything you want to consider adding?
I think those are good.
I think these are good.
All right.
Are we missing anything? I'm just,
Dr. Cozad or Amit, is there anything you think we need to work on? Fair game.
Fair game.
We asked, fair game.
I guess what I note that's missing there is what are we fundamentally? We are a school system. We educate. Right? So I don't really see that word or a reference to that, in there. Clearly we do it very successfully thanks to our administration and our teachers, our community, being the 5-star district that we are. I guess it's understood that it's a goal that we will continue to do that, but should we be more explicit here in making a goal that says that, that, or is that captured in our vision statement and whatnot? So I don't know, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't hate it, you're right, but that's
Yeah.
the first thing I thought is I wonder if that's more of a mission statement of these are in support of
Right.
the good mission statement. But I don't know, just we're talking informally here. I often talk to people, and right or wrong, feel free to disagree with me, but I can't count the number of times I've said a sentence something like, the only thing more important than a student's academic growth is their personal physical safety. So in my head, that's kind of almost how I prioritize for goals. But so yeah, certainly being academics first mindset. I know we talk about
Yeah.
that a lot. A back to basics, academic first mindset. Again, I don't know if that's goal or if that's just kind of language we sort of adopt in support of mission.
I think something like that is valid, and keeping it very
Yeah.
simple like that, especially if we have to move forward over the next year into, the state does some squirrely stuff, and all of a sudden we have to start making cuts. I think keeping that as a beacon, as a mantra, might be very important.
That's actually really smart.
Yeah. So I think just maybe a fourth one, just maintain an academics first mindset when crafting decision, or crafting policy and district direction.
Yeah, that's actually good words.
Yeah.
How about maintain and promote? Maintain and promote in academics first. Do we like that phrase? Is there something better? Maintain and promote in academics first culture?
Yeah, again, I'm just trying to think, so obviously academics first is trying to think of, all the different, kind of as the boards up here, these boards of all the different things that we do that make us a great place. Academics are definitely first, but all the other things are really important too. And so, a lot of things they learn in ROTC and sports and music, those are really, like, soft skills, but soft skills kind of stuff that make them successful. So, again, I'm for in academics first, but also maybe well supported with other activities that a well-rounded individual or something like that. That's what I'm just trying to think through. Because again, academics definitely first, but again, safety piece, and then also, but challenging them, making them a well-rounded individual is also important. We just don't want.
There are a lot of other things that are seconds. I mean,
Yeah.
because I was just saying that, like, hey,
Yeah.
if we have to make really, really tough decisions,
Sure.
if it, if
Give
it's
that down to the board.
between,
Sure.
having 40 kids in a class, in a math class versus having a whatever team or a whatever club, I want 25 kids in a classroom, right?
I definitely don't want it to say maintain an academics only culture, but academics first.
Something as
But I
simple
hear
as,
that, so feel free to jump in.
Yeah, again, if you explain it, people will see it, but they, I don't want people to say, well, all they care about is academics, they don't care about anything else. I agree with what you're saying, I'm just trying to, wordsmith and put it in a way that.
How about 5 stars? Maintain and improve 5 stars.
I get that, I don't love it as much because I think that what they use, as much as I love that we are a 5-star school,
Yeah.
I think the way they decide who is a 5-star school is kind of.
Yeah, I don't want to chase the grade, per se.
I don't want to chase that,
And that's why we do the quality profile, to
Yeah.
kind of, we do great academics, we do great all the other stuff to challenge students and provide them positive experiences, get kids involved in things. So,
I mean, again, it's the absolute fundamental of what we do, is the essence, is the epicenter of everything we do. So it's just a bit of an initiative, not to make some reference to that as a goal. The words we can craft here, but yeah.
I'm in favor of keeping it very simple. Maintain an academics first culture with making strategic decisions. Doesn't mean anything else is out. Doesn't mean, it's just, that's at the forefront.
It's always nice and do stuff, but
Right.
so one rule is the
So I wrote down, I don't know how much time, I wrote down maintain and promote, I heard maintain and promote an academics first culture when making strategic decisions.
Yes.
Because these are the board's goals. If there's something that's broader than that, then
Yeah.
that would be more district goals.
Yeah.
And just eyes on the prize.
Do we need, just throw it out there, do we need that? So maintain and promote an academics first, but not exclusion. Okay. Maintain and promote an academics first culture when making strategic decisions.
Yep.
Dr. Kozak can give the hour-long subtext explanation when anybody is curious why we.
No, I 100% agree with it. Again, it's just, they're definitely academics first. There's so much more that we offer to challenge our kids. But that, I mean, yeah, we push on the shove. Academics is definitely first. We
These
gotta
are-
cover that, yeah.
These are our goals for the next year in light of what might be coming down the road.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the other ones are good board goals. Communication, those costs, or fiscal responsibility, or policy. I think
All right. Good on that?
so do we want to add that, and then we will put it back on the agenda for February to, I think we voted on it. Yeah. So, that's good, yeah.
So in sum, we're going to add community to 3, and then add this additional goal.
And I also heard in number 2, make it say, consider all expenses.
Correct.
Through the lens.
Yeah.
Hopefully no one will take that as we don't love everything else about our school. Those ROTC kids were so poised when they were up here. They were amazing. Like, that program is amazing. I know without the theater program coming back after COVID, my son would have had to graduate and go to California to be an actor. And I'm like, Mr. Han, you gotta bring back the plays. He's gotta scratch that itch in high school. And so now he's happy, studying computer engineering in college, as he should be. But those other programs we have are so essential. My daughter would be depressed without a club meeting every single day after school of some sort. And so those, I just love them. They help make the kids, give them a place and a home. So hopefully we won't have to make too hard of decisions about that.
All right, good.
Okay.
Do you think we're okay to talk about future funding next?
Yes.
Is that all right?
Yes.
All right.
Didn't know quite how fast or slow
Sure.
we'd go through these topics, so we can just go through these, and
Yep,
then
sounds
when
good.
SEA shows up, yeah,
All right, Mr. Godum.
100%.
Good morning. I hope you had coffee to talk future funding. It's 8:30 a.m. in the morning. It's turned off. So, when I was asked to do this presentation, first thing was, where do I start with future funding? Like, how did we get here? And I think the best place to start is the 1970s, kind of 1964. So in 1964, Supreme Court of Ohio had a decision that said the assessed value for business and residential properties has to be the same for tax purposes. Before that, residential properties were taxed at a lower assessed value, and the industrial were at a higher. At that time, the 35% assessed value of your appraised value started being used by state of Ohio. So that increased the taxes for residential property taxpayers because they were taxed at a lower rate, now they're taxed at 35%. Increase the property taxes, 1970s roll in, there's high inflation's leading to increase in housing prices, which are directly tied to the property taxes, because at that time, if our house value goes up by 7%, property taxes goes up by 7%, exact same thing. So a combination of high inflation, increasing property taxes resulted in a taxpayer revolt in the 1970s. So at that time, oops. Okay, thank you. At that time, it is 9:20, yeah. The state legislature came up with a property tax reform, and the best thing they came up with was the House Bill 920. So to cap that revenue growth, where if my property value goes up by 7%, my taxes go up by 7%, they said, hey, we'll introduce these so-called reduction factors. So reduction factors will make sure, like, if I voted for a levy and it said I will be paying $100 on that levy, and when my house is $100,000, if my house goes up to $200,000, I'm not paying $200, I'm only paying $100. So reduction factor, if inflation goes up by 7%, or sorry, my house value goes up by 7%, it will reduce the property taxes by 7%. So in essential, if you're at exactly at the average change in your property value for your school district, you will never see an increase in property taxes for the life of that levy.
I mean, on that, this is not necessarily a fair question, but is this unique to Ohio, or do you think this is typical of other states and how they account for inflationary, I guess, house values and things like that?
It's not. Other states have, every state has something unique, but this is kind of typical for Ohio, how we do the House Bill 920, like the reduction factors. It complicates property taxes.
Yep.
You know, every time we have an appraisal, people see, oh, my house value went up by 20%. My taxes are going up, but the taxes don't go up by 20% anymore because of House Bill 920. They will go, technically they should remain flat, but you know, some of us will have, if average is 20%, if you have a 25% increase in your house value, you will see some increases. But if you only have a 15% increase in your house value, average is 20, you will actually see reduction in taxes, because reduction factor would be more for you than you're paying in taxes.
Yeah, and that actually happened in our house, you know, that, I don't know, not this most current cycle, but the one before, locally it was like 20%, ours went up, you know, 16% or whatever, so we actually saw a reduction, you know, in our taxes as a result. But unfortunately, the houses that were, during that particular cycle, that were most impacted by house values were those homes that were typically more like in the $100,000 range or whatever. So now all of a sudden those homes are worth, you know, now they're $150,000, $175,000. So then their home values increased whatever, by whatever percentage, 30%, 40%. So yeah, they saw a substantial increase in taxes, while, you know, the more expensive homes maybe even saw a decrease. So it's just, it's really a pretty messed up system, frankly, and not so eloquently explained.
And a lot
But
of it that was hit with the increase was the original homes to Bellbrook, where a lot of our senior
yes,
citizens
exactly.
live, not the new constructions.
Yes.
Yeah, and it will always be there. Like, you know, it depends on which side of average you fall on. If you're on the lower side of average, you'll see a reduction. If you're on the higher end of average, you'll always see an increase. The problem for us as school districts and local governments was, because, you know, now we didn't get automatic tax increases, we have to go for levies. So now the thing is, in 1970, $100 could buy you a lot of stuff. In 2025, it doesn't. So now if we want to have pay increases for our teachers, we want to buy something, we have to buy it with $20, $25. So we need new money. That's why local governments go constantly for new property tax levies, because the old levies don't generate new funds. Can you do that? Thank you. So the issue for schools was, the state law says that for a school district to participate in state foundation, state funding, they have to at least levy 20 mil in property tax levies. Now, if the reduction factors keep on continuing in, eventually the school district will start falling below the 20 mil floor. If they fall below the 20 mil, you cannot participate in state foundation. So to negate that, the state legislature came up with the idea of 20 mil floor. Basically, the reduction factors will continue, and once the school hits 20 mil floor, it stops. After that, if property values go up by 20%, school district income taxes, which is about half of the taxes for a subdivision, will go up by 20%. So there is no reduction factor after that. So if 20% increase in your property values could result in 10% increase in your property taxes, because it's about half. And that is what's causing problems now.
I mean, I guess I've always struggled to understand this, frankly. So when we say a school district is at the 20 mil floor, does that mean they literally have 20 mils, or they have 18 mils, or 20 mils or below? Because we're 45 or whatever, right? So.
So basically, and I'll show you, I think I have a slide for that.
Okay, good.
So I'll explain it at that time if you don't mind.
Okay.
Because I think it will be easier when I show it to you.
Good.
We're about 26 mil. So 20 mil is, let me show you at this
Okay.
slide. I think it will be easier.
Yep.
So now we come from, 1970s to now. The landscape of property taxes is changing by then. In 1975, 46% of the property taxes were homeowners. So residential property taxes were only 46% in the state. 54% was paid by the commercial and industrial properties. Tangible personal property was the biggest portion of it, 35.7%. What happened is in our 2000s, about 2007 to 2011, the state did away with tangible personal property taxes for businesses. Utilities still pay that, but businesses are done with it. And we are seeing that resulted in a reduction in tangible personal property taxes. So it went from 35.7% in 1975 to 8.8% in 2022. So that shifted the tax burden on the property taxpayers. So now you and I as homeowners are paying more property taxes. So where we were at 46% property tax burden in 1975 is 72.5% in 2022, and it's just going up. So because there's more, there's more tax abatements coming around, there's more changes to the property tax laws for commercial property. So the burden is shifting on homeowners.
So TPP, was that unique to businesses then?
That was unique to businesses. That was like, remember back in the day, if you had cars, they said you wanted to sell the inventory by December 31st because you got taxed. It was like on the business inventory, how much inventory they carried, it was based on that. So that was done away. So the only people who paid tangible personal property at this time are the utilities, and even their valuation is going down. So right now it's 88% of their value. It will go down to 25 in 2027. So we'll see a reduction. We won't see as much increases in tangible personal property for utilities also. So that would be our Vectron, our AES, our cable companies. So the next, this is the same thing. It's kind of a graph because sometimes it's easy to see a graph and see how it's widening up and it becoming more like a mouth. And that's the change of where we go from 46 to 72% for homeowners, and tangible personal property is basically 18%, and the other one is about the same. So it hasn't changed much at all. At the same time, Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Local School District went from about 1,800 students to about 2,500 right now. So our enrollment increased significantly. So we need more money to run our schools. We had new construction, new buildings. It's a significant increase in our enrollment. So we need more money just to operate. So the 2020s roll in, and now we're to right now. By then, it's the same old stuff like 1970s. Our property values are going up significantly, which is increasing, which is 477 out of 611 school districts. That's about 78% of the school districts in the state of Ohio have reached the 20 mil floor. That means when in 2023, the property values went up by 25, 30%, those people who living in those school districts saw increases of like 12, 13, 14%, assuming it's 50% of the property taxes are for school district purposes. And there was an inadequate funding for schools at state level, so more school districts are relying on property taxes at this time. So there's a significant increase in property taxes, and again, we're talking about property tax reform at this time. And the graph below shows like how many school districts are on the 20 mil floor. 98% of the rural school districts on 20 mil floor, 87% of the small town school districts on the. So most of the school districts are on the 20 mil floor. And then on the right hand side, it shows how many, like 384 in 2005, and now we have 477. Because every time there's a appraisal, there's a reduction factor, it reduces the value of taxes.
So Amit, it's almost a trifecta there. What's happening in a lot of school districts around the state is that the burden has shifted to individual property tax owners away from businesses. And then we have 477 districts that are on the 20 mil floor. And since they're on the 20 mil floor, that reduction factor is taking them below that, but they have to be at the 20 mil floor. So they're then getting some automatic tax spikes. So those folks that are and then inadequate funding for school districts. So you have inadequate funding for school districts, the automatic tax spikes for 477 school districts around the state, and that burden is shifted to the individual tax owners. So that's kind of why people maybe are a little upset.
Yep.
about property tax.
That's exactly,
Yeah.
because once a school district hits a 20 mil floor, we're back to the 1970s. It's like, whatever your property value goes up by, that's how much the school district income, property taxes will go up by. It's like there is no reduction factor at that time. The reduction factors are gone. It's an automatic spike. And that's what's causing all those issues right now.
But to be clear for anybody who's watching this, we are not on the 20 mil floor.
We're not on the 20 mil floor.
We're close to being on the 20 mil floor.
Correct.
And so our funding just remains flat despite property values
Yeah.
soaring. Largely flat with some very, very minor asterisks.
Yeah, ours would be like basically, we don't get any new money every time there's an appraisal because our property tax, we're over 20 mil. The only difference is like you as a property taxpayer might see, as Mr. Price mentioned, like depending on where your value is, are you over the average or below the average in increases? You're below the average, you'll see reduction in property taxes, but if you're over the average, you will see increase in your property taxes. But overall for us, we get the same money. We are not getting any additional funds from these.
Now, the exception to that being, excuse me, my voice here, but that's for our voted millage, right? So for the inside millage, which is the 4.5 mils or
4.5
whatever,
mils.
that is impacted directly by valuation changes, up or down, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So inside millage is 10 mils for everyone. We get 4.5 mils out of it, and that has no reduction factors on it. So if my property value goes up by 30%, my inside millage goes up by 30%. The tax is on my inside millage. But it's a small portion of the
Exactly.
overall taxes. So you'll see some significance. So you might see like a 4 or 5% increase in your property taxes, 2-3%. But it's not as significant as 20-30%.
Because I believe, last time I looked at it, if I can remember this correctly, was about, of our funding stream from property taxes, about 88% of that comes from voted, and about 12% of it comes from the 4.5 mils. So it works out to about 12% of our funding is tied directly to property values going up or down, but the bulk of it, 88%, is based on the voted millage, and therefore it's not subject to property valuation changes. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we're actually the only school district in Greene County that's not on the 20 mil floor. Everybody else is on the 20 mil floor in Greene County except us.
So, okay. Sorry. So the next one is, so the state legislature now, in 1970 they came up with the reduction factors, House Bill 920, made life easier for like next 30, 40 years until the school districts start hitting the 20 mil floors. So these reforms work for a small time, but the thing is they are not long-term reforms because eventually whatever they drafted doesn't work. So now there wasn't much left to do, but our legislature came up with some property tax reforms, so-called property tax reforms. One is House Bill 125. Basically, it modifies the 20 mil floor. So before this, in 20 mil floor, you did not include the substitute levies, you did not include the emergency levies. So they said, hey, we'll start increasing the substitute and emergency levies on your 20 mil floor calculation. So what will happen is a lot of school districts, they will be on 20 mil floor, but they'll have an emergency levy, which doesn't count. So they're getting these 20% increases in property taxes, plus they get, let's say, $3 million in emergency levy. So now they're like, hey, if we add this thing, you'll go over the 20 mil floor, and all of a sudden, now you're not getting that automatic 20% increase. The problem is it's only short term, one appraisal or two appraisal, and they'll be back on the 20 mil floor. So it's not a long-term solution. It's just a short-term solution. So for us, we don't have any substitute levies. We have emergency levies. Back when the budget was passed, we weren't allowed to renew it. This law changed that we can renew the emergency levy. So we can renew it as a fixed sum levy. Can't call it emergency. We have to call it a fixed sum levy. It can be renewed for a 5-year period. We can't have it 7 year like how it is right now. It will be 5 year, and we can renew it after that also for 5-year periods. So that's good news for us. And there's rollback preservation. It doesn't impact us. If the emergency levy was before 2016, they'll get homestead and rollback. It will continue our levies from 2021, so we don't get any rollbacks on it. So it won't impact our taxpayers.
Could you explain a little bit what rollback is? I think I know what it is, but for the benefit of people listening. And
So basically, if I pay $100, if my tax bill is $100. I do not pay the full $100. 10% rollback, that's $10 will be paid by the state of Ohio. Then I have homestead occupancy, which is 2.5%. So another $2.50 will be paid by the state of Ohio. So I pay $87.50 on my taxes. I do not pay the full $100. So this is the state share of the taxes.
So all of our, except our current emergency levy, all of those are, I guess, our local property taxpayers benefit from the rollback. It's like 12.5%, isn't it? Or
It is 10%, 2.5% is owner occupancy. So I have to
Okay.
file with the county auditor saying this is my house. If I don't, I haven't done it, I should. If I have to, it's a form, I file with county auditor saying this is my house, I'm living in my primary residence, and I get that 2.5%.
so a total of 12.5. And
12.5.
but now levies in the future, are they going to have the rollback or not?
No, it was eliminated in 2016. So any new levies will have no rollbacks.
Okay,
to it.
all right, that's what you were saying. Okay, good. Or bad, but now I understand what you said.
Thank you, sir. So basically, now I'll go back to yes. So this is our 20 mil flow calculation. What you see, these are effective rates. So our actual rates are about 62 mil. This is about how much the taxpayers have voted, was 62 mil. If levy was collecting at what the taxpayer had billed at, it would say 62, not 26. But they've been reduced. Like, look at the 1976 levy. I think it's a 4 mil. We only get 0.96 mils in it. So it's been reduced enough that we're barely getting anything from our 1976 levies. Same with, like, the older the levies are, the smaller they are because they've been reduced every year. So instead of collecting 62 mils, we are only collecting 26.24 mils. So these are the levies that are in the new old calculation. We add up to 26.2. We were not on 20 mils, so makes no impact on us. Now we have to add this 2021 emergency levy, which is at 3.47 mils right now. So our new calculation will be at 29.719 mils. But this is for 2025. 26 will have a reappraisal, so we'll have new reduction factors. So most likely we'll be at 25. Depends how much the property values go up by. We'll be about 24, 25 mils after including the emergency levy.
Was what I said earlier then correct when I asked if the inside millage gives us roughly 12% of our funding stream from property taxes? I mean, to do that, are we looking at the adjusted millage, or are we looking at the total millage to make?
We should look at the adjusted millage. So it's about 4.5 out of 30 mils. So it's close, 1/6.
Okay.
The next one is House Bill 309. Basically, it gives county budget commissions authority to reduce our taxes. So if they think our revenues are unnecessary or excessive. So the only thing is a public hearing is required before they can reduce our property taxes. So we can go there and speak there. And there's two things. A county budget commission can reduce a new levy. If we pass a new levy, they have to wait 1 year before they can reduce that levy. But if it's a renewal, it gets renewed in November. In January, they can reduce it. So there's no waiting period for old levies. So county budget commission has the authority to reduce our levies now.
County budget commission, is that the county commissioners, or are those people that are selected by the county commissioners?
It is, and they change the composition, so I might be just a bit off. It's the county auditor, the county should be the county prosecutor, and a commissioner. So they meet and then they discuss it, so they can reduce the, and treasurer might be in there.
So hopefully, that would affect us less, in that we are the only ones in the county that aren't on this 20 mil floor and aren't getting the other automatics.
Yeah.
And if we did put through a levy and our people wanted for them to come back and do it.
To me, this is pretty shocking. I mean, that you could actually, the people could say yes, and then a committee could say no.
Yeah.
So again, this is what I said earlier. I think so much of what the state's doing is just throwing a bone to the dog there. Hey, look what we're doing for you. You know, we're going to allow, you know, the override of these excessive property taxes. Never mind that the people approved them in the first place. You know, so it's just very disingenuous, I think, by the state what they continue to do.
And that's why I was asking who makes up that commission, because are those voted individuals that
Yeah.
So I just looked it up. It's county auditor, county treasurer, and prosecuting attorney. So those three people are elected. So that's
And I
that's
think
their
the-
reason for choosing them. They are elected.
Yeah, and the prosecutor can be replaced by a county commissioner. County commissioners can say, we don't want the prosecutor, they can replace with a.
Okay.
Can I go back? I just remembered, on this one, because I forgot to talk about the 20 mil flow that you asked about.
Yeah.
So basically what will happen is, if we go, then I won't get. So if we, let's say we were at 20 mil flow, there will be no reduction factors, it will always be at 20. The bottom line will always be at 20. So instead of 26.24, it will always, so after that, any appraisal, it will say 20, 20, 20, and that's why it gets automatic increases.
It won't go below that.
It can't go below 20
I see.
mils.
Okay.
That's the old law.
Okay, all right.
I always think of it as, maybe this is, tell me if this is an accurate way to think, like, that's the minimum the state says, if you want our money, this is the minimum that your local community has to contribute.
Yes.
Basically, it's like
Gotcha,
your
okay.
minimum fair share.
Mhm.
if you want state money.
Yeah, so we can't go below that 20 mils if we want to have in state foundation. So that's why it's the cap. School districts don't fall below. So it will always be 20 mil. So like for us, we'll fall because we're at 26. We'll go down, down until we hit the 20 mils. For Beaver Creek and any other school district in Greene County, they'll always be at 20 mils. So it's basically whatever the property goes up by, their taxes will go up by that much. So it's automatic increases for them, while it's the reduction factor will make sure that we don't get any increase on these appraisals.
Oh. So it's obviously advantageous to be at the 20 mil floor.
It is.
Yeah.
It was.
For a district, not for a taxpayer.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because then you don't have to go for, basically you're not going to the taxpayers for new levies, for increases. It's automatically happening with appraisals.
Yeah, I'm sure there's certain districts around the state that they haven't gone for a levy in 15 or 20 years because they're at the 20 mil floor and they just get those automatic increases and they're able to survive on those increases. So,
Yeah.
Which is not us.
correct, which is not,
So-
we're not at the 20 mil floor.
If I understand this correctly, let's say we don't pass any more levies ever. At some point, we're going to hit the 20 mil floor.
We might hit the 20 mil flow in 29 or 32.
Yeah, like 20 years from now. At some point, 10, 20 years from now, whatever,
I think we'll hit it in like next 10 years.
in the next 10 years. Okay, at that point then, we would have adjustments based upon the property valuation changes.
The only way we don't hit the 20 mil flow is like somehow, property values kind of fall or they don't go up by as much as they're
Right,
increasing
okay.
by. If we see those double-digit increases like 20%, 25% that's happening right now, we will hit the 20 mil flow in either 29 or 32 appraisals, most likely.
Because of how quickly property values are rising.
Yes.
And bond measures don't play into any of this.
No. So our permanent improvement levy isn't in there, the bond levy isn't in there. Those are the two levies that are excluded from the 20 mil. It's only our operating levies.
It's so complicated. How can we expect our community to understand this, you know?
I don't even expect that the legislators that vote for
No.
this understand. A good, I'm not saying every single one of them, but I'm
Yeah,
very certain that there is a significant portion of our
Yeah.
legislators that do not understand it to this level.
yeah,
And I'll go to House Bill 186, and it made complicated things more complicated. Like
yeah.
now you need an engineer to figure it out.
So are we in 26 mils right now?
We are at 26
And-
mils
and if
right now. And the new law will increase us to 29 mils because the new law adds the emergency levy.
Ah, okay.
So we go up
Okay.
instead of going down.
So we're getting further away
we
from,
get further away, but now we'll have 2026 is reappraisal, which will bring us down.
okay.
They'll counteract each other.
Because as property values go
Yeah.
up, it affects the millage calculation.
Yeah.
If you look around Bellbrook, the amount that properties are selling for now is significantly more than even a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I will bring it next board meeting. I have to have the 5-year presentation, and I'll have it. I was working on it yesterday, and I think I used 20% increase in property values in appraisals this year. And I think it brought us down to 24, 25 mils from 29 mils. So just the 20% will bring us down to about 24, 25. So it will bring us down. And
And
if
maybe
the
you're gonna-
values increase
yeah.
by more than 20%, we are further below.
And maybe you're going to talk about this, but all the new construction that everybody's like, well, look at all the new houses being built. You guys are getting a ton of extra money, right? How does that factor into all?
So we do get property taxes out of the new buildings. So they'll be taxed at that 26 mil or 29, whichever one you look at. So they do. But the thing with new houses is, like let's say I build a house this year. This year's taxes are collected next year, but the county auditor is already off. Like, the new house might not go on the county's valuation until next year. So it will be a year and a half to 2 years before I actually see property taxes from a new house. It will still be taxed at land value for 2 years.
Not to mention our house is gonna come with the children that live in it, that we have to
Yep.
educate.
Yep.
Yeah. So we might be educating kids for 2 years before we actually see a dollar out of those property taxes.
Right. And it can't go over that millage, so it's really just the pot, like if you think of it like the pie,
Yeah.
everybody's slice is just getting slightly smaller, but overall the funding is stagnant.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
so-
with new construction, it is new money. It is
Yeah.
additional money.
So there's two things to it. So the old calculation, if you look at that, 26 mil will be, the new house gets taxed on that, 26 mil. The bottom one, the emergency 3.4, because it's a fixed sum levy, we said we want $3.1 million. So basically, our taxes will go down and the new house will pay a fraction more. So they'll pay some and our taxes will go down. So the total collection can only be $3.1 million.
Right,
It cannot
right,
exceed that.
Okay,
So all the, it basically reduces everyone's pot every time there's a new house added
Right.
in.
okay.
So when the levy times out in 2028, then you're going to take off 3.47 mils because it's, as of now, it's just going to expire, correct?
Yes.
At this point, is it better to be at the 20 mil floor or not? I don't.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Like, 186. When I talk about one, I think it will be a good. Historically, it would have been the best thing on 20 mil flow, automatic increases. But now 186 changes it, and when I talk about 186, I'll talk about that.
Okay.
This is crazy.
It is.
Absolutely.
Is it? Yes. So this is 186. That's what I was talking about. So now, what the state legislature did, because they're like, hey, you're at 20 mil flow, you get 20% increases. We don't want that to happen. So they're like, what we'll do is a GDP deflator. So and the weird thing is every county will do its own calculation. So Montgomery County might use a different number for GDP than deflator than Greene County could, or Warren County, or any of our surrounding counties. Every county will have its own number. They'll do their own calculation. And basically what it is they'll look at inflation. They'll say, hey, inflation went up by, let's say, 9% last 3 years, 333. So 9% is what the GDP deflator is. Property values went up by 20%. The difference, 11%, you're not going to get the property taxes in. You're only getting a 9% increase. So now it capped the 20 mil flows school districts to the GDP deflator. So you're not getting the whole 20% anymore. It's done. It's over. The problem with, and we're lucky because we're not on a 20 mil flow, is it doesn't start this year. They go back. So they'll go back. At Greene County was 2023. They'll go back and they'll look at last year's property taxes. They'll look at Beaver Creek taxpayers and they'll say, hey, you paid, let's say, $100 because in increased property values because your values went up by 20% in 2023. Well, GDP deflator was only 13, so it should have only gone by $87. They'll get a credit for $13 on their property tax bills in August. So property taxpayers will see a credit. Their property taxes will go down one time in August of this year. Then they'll go back to normal because there's no credit. So now the 20 mil flow districts will lose money. We don't because we're not on 20 mil flow. But the state said, hey, we'll pay you for the difference. We're going to refund you. And they'll do that by not having a tax holiday this year. Mm-hmm. So we won't have that tax-free 2 or 3 weeks we had. They are gone this year. The sales tax from that will pay the school districts for the lost money for those credits. Now, It doesn't adjust the funding formula for the state, so basically the school districts will lose money, and going forward, it's always capped at a GDP deflator. Now, this is where I was like, okay, I'll talk about it here. I did not know, but when I was at the workshop yesterday on the 5-year forecast, they were talking about, so if we ever hit the 20 mil flow, we'll have the same thing. They'll go back, they'll say, hey, the property taxes should only have using the GDP deflator, even though we're going on reduction, should have only increased by that $87, you got $100 increase, there's a $13 credit. So that $13 credit, our taxpayers will get it, and then it goes on forever. Now, anytime we go for a new levy, because it will push up over the 20 mil flow, our taxpayer will lose that $13 credit they were getting, plus they'll have to pay whatever levy we go for. So let's say we go for 4.5 mil. So they'll pay 4.5 mil plus the 13. So the increase for them will be more than 4.5 mils if we go for 4.5. So it will be harder for school districts to pass a new levy if we ever hit the 20 mil flow, is what I understood yesterday. So
And it's going to be even harder to try to explain this already complicated thing to a voter.
I need to understand it, because they were talking about, they said, this is what's happening. Because I'm like, okay, I'm not at 20 mil flow, so I should never get that credit. They're like, no, the year you hit the 20 mil flow, your taxpayers will get that credit, and basically then if you go for a levy, it's not like right now, so the levy, a new levy will be cost $100 for a house owning $100,000. Now it would be $100 plus that credit. If there's a $13 credit, it would be $113 for them, because that's how much the property taxes will go up, because we're not on the 20 mil flow, so there's no credit for them from the state, so it will increase more than $100, which makes passing property taxes harder for school districts.
Right. And then they go back to House Bill 309, where they could come back and say, you don't need this money anyway. Wow.
So I think at this time, and especially when we look at future funding, I'll research it between now and next meeting. We have to make sure, like, we do not hit that 20 mil flow, because it will make it harder on our taxpayers, who'll see more increases than they voted for, and it will be harder for us to pass a levy also if we ever hit. So one thing they said, maybe the future is income taxes for school districts, because if you pass a property, especially on 20 mil flow, maybe it's income taxes now. There's no property taxes for them. So 186 also changes a couple of things, and that's where it's important you file the owner-occupied rollback. It has to be filed with the county auditor's office, because it's going up from 2.5% to 15.38% in 2029. So basically, if you're living in your own house, your own occupancy rollback goes up. Have to file a form with Greene County Auditor, make sure you do that. The 10% rollback is going away, so it gets reduced every year, and in 2029, there's nothing left. The only rollback would be on agricultural property going forward. And the last property tax reform is House Bill 335. So as Mr. Price mentioned, before today, if you had inside millage, house value goes up by 20%, our property taxes go up by 20%. It's not going to happen. They are going to use the GDP deflator and say, hey, the inflation only went up by 9%, the inside millage will only go up by 4.5%. So basically there's a reduction factor coming in inside millage. So eventually, maybe 50 years down the road, our inside millage won't generate anything. Like how it's 12%, it might just be like 0.5% or 1% of our property taxes, because there's a kind of a reduction factor going on with the GDP deflator now.
And then are they still offering the homestead credit? Is that still?
Yes,
For
owner
seniors?
occupancy, yeah, that will be there.
Okay.
That's what our
Owner, so that's considered owner occupancy? Okay.
Yeah. So this one shows the impact of House Bill 129 and 186 on us and the other school districts near us. If you look at us, basically there's no impact, because we're not on the floor. So our property taxes should be about the same. But if you look at Beaver Creek City Schools, they are going to lose about $7 million next year, actually this calendar year. And then they're going to lose another $7 million the next calendar year. So it will have significant reduction in property taxes for districts who were on the floor. Luckily, we are not on the floor, and that's where it's good for us.
Back one of the previous slides there, slide 13, Henry, if you could. Okay, just go up. There. Oh, sorry. Back down. There you go. So the House Bill 186, that 10% non-business rollback, that's where essentially if a person, a landlord, owns a 3-bedroom duplex, let's say, and rents it out, they're going to lose their rollback, and so therefore they're going to be passing that on, no doubt, to the renter. And so renters are almost certainly, in fact, I would say certainly, going to see a rental increase as the landlord sees a property tax increase. I think that's a fair assumption. So
Yeah, that's a fair assumption because basically that's what it is. It will, if you're living on our own houses, the 2.5% will go up
Yeah.
to 15. But if you're actually have a rental property, now you're not getting that 10% rollback anymore. Even though it's residential, the rollback credit is gone, so there's no 10%. So your property taxes are going up by 10%.
So what I find so interesting about that, it's 1, 2, 3 family dwellings. It's not like a high rise, and so these are just like, how many of these do we have in downtown Bellbrook here? These small little rental properties that there's several of them stacked all around downtown, and those people are going to see a property tax increase, and it's a given they're going to pass it on to their renters. And I find that's just so I guess, aggravating because, again, maybe they're living in a renting because they can't afford to buy a home, and then we're going to the state is going to, not we, but the state's going to further strap them with a tax liability. I just think it's so misguided, and so lacking in understanding of what's going on here, so.
Help me understand, there's no rollback if you own a high-rise, right?
No,
A big
those will be
apartment complex.
considered commercial property. So if it's like an apartment units, those are commercial. So they do not get, they won't get any homestead or rollback credits. There's nothing. But I think Mr. Price is talking about, like, if let's say I own a couple of houses and I'm renting them out. Now all of a sudden I'm not getting that non-business rollback. So my taxes are going up, and I will have to pass on to my renters because now it's costing me more to own that house.
Right, so it's just kind of, it's basically providing people a rollback for their primary residence. And why were we treating small income properties differently than large income properties? Now it's making all income properties treated the same. I guess.
Well,
I'm not saying right or wrong, but I think that is the gist.
well, no, they won't be treated. Maybe I misunderstood you, but they will not be treated the same. If you are a landlord and own a duplex, what you used to have, you don't have anymore.
You're treated the same as you don't get a rollback just like if you own a whole apartment complex. If it is an investment property, you don't get the rollbacks that people do for their.
Okay, I'm sorry. You were doing the comparison between businesses.
Between a
Large business and a small
property
business.
owner and a small business
Okay,
property
yeah,
will be treated the same.
yeah.
It's not your home.
But the practical effect is people that can't afford to buy homes and are renting because of that are going to see likely.
People who are renting in a 1, 2, or 3 bedroom dwelling, not people who are in
Yes,
an apartment complex.
yeah.
Okay, so this is the state funding. Basically, we look from 2010 to now. And if you look, purple is our property tax base, and it's kind of going up. And if you look at the state funding, it's going down. It was at like somewhere between 30 and 40%, and now it's going to the 20s. And then our local revenues and other revenues, federal and others, have gone up. So that has helped us with not increasing, asking for more property tax levies, but our state funding has constantly decreased over time.
Do we have and I'm not asking you for this now, but can we have, or do you have the data for that chart exactly, but going back to 1970?
I could not,
That's a way more interesting story.
I could not find one, but I'll try to find one. I'll look for it, but it's hard to find data that old.
Every single year, if you have a few years that we know,
I'll try to find it.
trend line it.
Yeah. So So the next one is for the future. So basically what we are expecting is, we'll still have heavy reliance on local property taxes. Not expecting the state funding to increase anytime soon. Emergency levy is set to expire in 2027. So now we have a decision to make. Do we want to renew it at that time or not? And another thing we'll have to look at is, we have to look at, we need some additional revenues, or we have to look at some reduction in expenditures. Or we might have to do a combination of both, just to be fiscally responsible and just to sustain. And in the end, we've talked about all the property tax, but it doesn't reform, it doesn't do much. The actual reform has to come at the state level. And on the right is a good example, like, it shows it's all the state, but if you look, it was 42% of the funding. State was funding 42% of the schools on average in Ohio. And now if you look at it right now, it's 32.2%. So in just 3-4 years, funding has gone by almost 10%, state funding. And so
That's not
that's not
ours.
ours,
That's the average.
just the average across Ohio. And when DeRolf was, the first time DeRolf ruling came up in 1995, it was about 42%. So we're well below the DeRolf state funding when it was ruled unconstitutional. We're way below that DeRolf ruling at this time. And my last slide, basically, another thing to consider is like this is inflation. So the dotted line is not inflation adjusted. So, our legislatures have said, oh, we increased the state funding by this much for schools and everything. Yeah, they increased it, but the problem is they are not factoring inflation into it. Our cost is going up, like, energy bills have gone up significantly this year. Everything's expensive now compared to 2020. And if you look at it, like, the gap is widening every year. Like, it has widened for a while, and it's widening. So basically, even though state has increased its spending on schools, it hasn't increased enough that it's even covering what state funding could pay back in, let's say, 2020.
Is this state, I don't know if you have the answer to this, is state funding for schools, is the amount that is going to vouchers?
No, it's just for
included?
this is just us.
Funding going directly to public schools?
Public school funding.
Like for us, Audrey, that's like, what, $6.2 million a year we get around from state foundation funding, but it's been flat to even being cut initially during COVID. They even cut it some. So
I just did, when we're talking about an average funding for schools, I didn't know if that was including vouchers, so the impact to
Yeah.
public schools might have been even greater.
Wasn't there a group going about making, like, didn't we join with another district? Do you know if there's any updates there?
Yeah, I haven't.
Fizzle out?
Yeah, there was a consortium of a few school districts that were trying to do a few things. One was get the foundation funding adjusted, I think based on inflation, and I forget the school district. And we had 11. Okay, so we had some communication. I had some communication with them, and then tried to, through being on the superintendent's financial advisory committee, tried to the folks that were attending saying, hey, somebody needs to stand up and get engaged with this group and ultimately go and advocate, at the legislative level, and nobody ever did it. So, and I just, I pushed this rope long enough, and I'm just, somebody in the community, somebody, a consortium of communities, whatever, need to get together. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think the state doesn't care, and I think that, again, they're just bluntly they're trying to dupe people by what they're doing with this flurry of activity at the state, just so this constitutional amendment doesn't pass in potentially in November to eradicate all property taxes. So I don't think anything short of a nuclear event like that is going to really get their attention, and because what we have here in Ohio is abnormal. We've lived in Indiana, we've lived in Utah, and this is not an issue. This type of thing, you never really heard about levies. Schools were magically paid for, but they were paid. Of course, they have different property tax structures and things like that. Sorry, income tax structures and whatnot, or like in Utah's case, mines and other kind of businesses and things like that. But Ohio's situation, in my opinion, is irreparably broken. and I don't think anything short of what I call the nuclear event is going to change it. It's just getting worse. It's so complicated. This, I put a lot of time into understanding this, and I understood about 85% of what you said today, but I'm not going to get an A, and so to try to explain this to a senior citizen on fixed income downtown, forget it. The best you can do is say, look, we need money for our schools, or else. That's all they're going to hear, because anything else is lost, because it's so complex.
I think part of the reason it's so difficult to get any movement that helps schools like ours is there are so few and we're so spread, right? So we're the only school district in our county, right? Even our local representatives are voting based on what helps the most of their constituents,
Yep.
and most of their constituents are being helped by this current jacked up system.
Yeah.
Just not us.
Yeah.
Right? So we are a very small voice, and there are a lot of school districts who really are benefit by being on this 20 mil floor and things being status quo. And so when that represents most of our voted politicians,
That said,
voting base, they should be considering all of us, but we, Little Bellbrook, are a small voice when it comes to even our local representatives at the state level.
that said, though, if I understand it correctly, Mitt, largely these changes for those districts that are at the 20 mil floor, they're actually being hurt more than helped by the changes with this current legislative flurry, right?
Yeah, that's correct, because basically what happens is it's like, you cut the funding. You're like, okay, I'm making, let's say, $1,000 a month, and all of a sudden they're like, hey, you know what, we can't afford that, we'll give you $800 a month. But the thing is, my expenses are still the same. I need that $1,000 to survive. So by cutting it, now inflation's going up and everything, and basically these increases were kind of helped with the inflationary cost, because state's not helping us. It kind of help with that. Now all of a sudden it's like, okay, I have my bills going from $1,000 to $1,200 because inflation went up, everything went up, but I'm getting paid $800. How do I make up the $400? Now, as an individual, okay, I'll have to find another job. As a school district, we'll have to go back and say, hey, we need $400 from our taxpayers, because that's the only option we have. State's not going to pay us that extra $400 at this time.
To me, good.
And you're right, it's hurting all the other school districts, but they're selling it as it's helping all of the voters in those districts.
Right.
Now, and maybe it truly is helping those voters, but the amount they're being helped
Exactly.
is barely noticeable.
Yeah.
And the amount that their district is being hurt is going to be really significant.
Yeah, because I mean, the headlines were something like what, $3.2 billion over 5 years savings, and it's like, it's nothing, But it sounds really impressive. 5 bills passed. It's going to give you, $3.4 billion savings. It's noise level, because.
I think they're truly afraid that this thing is going to pass in November. And
Exactly.
they're trying to throw them a bone, saying, look, we're working on it. But what happens if this does actually make the ballot and pass? I mean, that's going to be catastrophic immediately, right, for districts?
Yeah, if the ballot measure for property tax passes, basically, that's 60-some% of our funding. It's gone. So there's two options. Either the state comes in and they have to fund us at that time, they have no option, or the schools will have to close. Like, there was a bill, and they were talking about having 88 school districts in Ohio. Every county will have one school district, and that's it. But the issue is, okay, even if we have 88 school districts in Ohio, we still have the same number of kids. You'll still need, now instead of having one high school, you'll have like 5 or 6 high schools. You'll have multiple elementary schools, intermediate, and so the cost is still the same. Like, we'll still need those teachers. We'll still need, now bus drivers might be driving, instead of averaging 20 miles, they might be averaging 50, 60 miles. So we might need more buses, more bus drivers. It won't help with any cost reduction. It won't help with the taxes.
So I guess the conversation is, are we at the point where we need to be proactive and just say, okay, the state's not helping us, so we need to figure out, like, do we go the income? And no entity in this community wants to be the first to say, we want an income tax. Like, I get the ramifications of that, but are we at the point where we just need to cut the state out and be like, this is something we should seriously consider? I mean, I don't know if we're at that point yet or not.
The problem is, it's a storm on the horizon at this point, you know?
Right.
And you won't know if that storm is coming your way or not until November 5th or whatever of, you know, of
Right,
this
you don't know
coming
if it's
year.
gonna be a blizzard or a flurry,
Yeah.
so it's like.
I think
well,
we'll know at like 10 a.m. today.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's the problem. It's hard to be on the house is on fire until it's really on fire, and it's not going to be on fire until November 5th or 6th or whatever it's
Right,
going to be.
but then if it's on fire, we're in trouble.
And so is
So do we be proactive? Like, I don't know at what point we should be proactive.
I don't think anybody's
do
going
we-
to
If we
listen.
should be
Do we,
proactive.
so if levy, or if that ballot passes in November, property taxes are collected in arrears.
So
So we would get property taxes the next,
We
we would
should,
be collecting
yeah.
through the next
So we would have
calendar
funding
year.
we'll have to look at the
Correct
ballot
or not?
language. The ballot
Okay.
language will make a
Okay.
big issue, because, you know, if the
Okay.
ballot language says it stops now, like last year was 2024, then it's done. But most likely,
Okay.
the ballot language will say, okay, unconstitutional, so we cannot have property taxes going forward, but 25 have already been levied, so they'll be collected in 26, or 26 will be collected in 27 at this time.
Okay,
collected
so
in
it wouldn't
arrears.
just like,
Depending on the,
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
it's
depending on the
ballot
language.
language, yeah.
Okay.
That would give us a little
break,
time
like
in the,
a year, okay.
in the state a little time to figure it out.
Yeah, like when I go to pay my property taxes in
It's for the
February,
year.
whatever it is, it's for the last 6 months of
Correct, right.
taxes.
Right. So we would potentially have a breathing, like 1 year to figure out
Possibly.
what
But
to
the
do.
problem is, income taxes are collected after.
Yes.
Right. So they
So-
wouldn't go into effect until the year
I'm not
after.
gonna get into it super deeply, but I had a bit ago, I asked him to do some calculations for me to see this very thing. What if we said, forget property taxes?
Right.
What if we in Bellbrook said, we wanna retire all of our voted millage? We can't retire and say, what if we
Right.
wanted to retire all of our voted millage and replace it with an income tax? What would that be?
Yeah.
And he came up with some, like, roughly it was like 2.25% to 2.5%, depending on.
Really?
Just to fund the schools.
Just to fund the
That wouldn't
schools.
fund police, that
Yeah.
wouldn't
Right,
fund fire,
right.
that would be just to fund the schools.
Right.
That was less than I thought, honestly.
I'm shocked.
But,
Yeah.
so I was like, okay, let's be radical. So we started pursuing it further, but the second, third, and fourth order effects of that,
Right.
to do it now, ahead of any of this happening, there were a lot of those, because for some people that would help, for some people that would hurt, right? Everyone had to look at their own circumstances as to if I'm a person who makes a lot of money and lives in a small house, great, or that's bad, you know?
Yeah.
If I'm a person who does the opposite, good. But the biggest issue was this whole concept of in arrears versus collecting currently, or, so property taxes are collected on last year, income taxes are collected on this year. So whenever you make that switch, you're gonna have a year where you're getting both. Because you're paying this year's property tax today, and you're paying this year's income tax and last year's property tax. And in reality, it's not, you're paying one per, but what it's gonna feel like to an individual family's budget would be, I am paying property tax and income tax in that magnitude in the same year.
Yeah, it's different time periods of tax, but the bill comes due at the same time.
Right.
Correct.
So if whatever passes in November and we wait, we had the language that allowed us for the 1 year of collection, then it would just be one.
Well, what would happen, as I understand it, if in November all property tax goes away, there would be no property tax for the year 2027.
Right.
Right? We would get 2026 in 27, right? The problem is, we couldn't even, every district, every entity is gonna scramble to put an income tax of significant magnitude on the ballot, probably in May, right? Let's say a miracle happens and all of those pass. We don't start collecting income tax until the following year, which would be 2028. And we wouldn't start receiving it until a delay after that, because it's collecting on people's 2028 earnings.
How income taxes is work is like, for us, they call it, they remit it from tax, so we remit it, Bellbrook will remit it to the state of Ohio, and state of Ohio will remit it. So those are things, but you know, if you're doing taxes with your self-employed or doing taxes afterwards, you're filing your tax return in January, February, March, April of next year. So So there's an 18-month lag for, between collections. So we get some collections in 28, but they won't be anything close to, because most people will pay between January and April of next year on taxes for this year when they do their tax returns. And the thing is, like, if I owe taxes, I'm doing it closer to April than January.
Right. And so if you do it proactively, you hurt individuals because they're gonna feel like I'm paying both at the same time. If you kind of wait and are lucky and can pass an income tax measure later on, there is going to be we've got money coming in, nothing coming in for a while, and a little bit coming in, and then maybe it returns to normal. But that's only if you can pass really significant income tax measures at the same time that city
Yes.
and other entities are, not to mention that townships can't even levy an income tax. So I have no idea what a township would do.
So that's the challenge there, is that if you wait, then you've got other entities also, other than the
Sure,
township,
yeah.
pile on. So if you go early, maybe you get yours in, and then they can
Right,
go.
but you have to convince individual people for a period of time to say, I'm gonna bite the bullet in this 1 year, I'm gonna pay property tax and a 2.5%.
But isn't there a way you could do the language of that so that, okay, it's passed but not collectible until, there's probably some way you could finagle the wording.
Potentially. But again, every bit of this is trying to convince a voting population that historically does not want an income tax to do it before they have to, now with a whole bunch of other complicating language.
For something that might or might not happen.
Just in case. So that's why after looking into all of that, and listen, he did some really significant digging for me on all of this. I decided not to bring it to the floor because it was like, I can't foresee us being able to, in the time that it would take for us to do this on a ballot prior to that, otherwise we'd have to get it on May this year. Like, when I was thinking about it, we would have to put it on May. You couldn't put it on the ballot at the same time the income tax getting abolished is on that same ballot. That would be a nightmare. The time that we would have had to educate the voting public prior to that, it would really just confuse people more.
I think we probably have to wait for the house to catch on fire and be fully engulfed to really get people's attention adequately,
Understanding that number, it was good to know that just if we wanted to totally replace our voted, and that was just our voted millage, it was roughly a 2.25-ish, 2.25. And if they abolished all property tax, we'd have to replace inside millage too.
Yeah,
So that would be 2.5%. Like, that's what it would take.
If we acted now, we would probably still have to go back and add.
Potentially. But yeah, that's a good number for folks to know that to run the school district, it would take a 2.5% income tax.
It would shift all the burden to the individual taxpayer, not companies, corporations, or businesses.
That was
So
the other thing.
businesses wouldn't be
Businesses wouldn't
paying
be
any
paying.
property taxes.
Because it's only individual income tax,
Yeah.
personal income tax.
Right, so that is the other, to me, a
So we
negative.
wouldn't
It
get-
really shifts it to the individual person.
The money off of Walmart or,
I mean, the timing wise, if you did a much smaller levy as just instead of doing a future property, if you did an income, you could weather that storm of the timing piece, and people wouldn't feel it as much. But when you're trying to replace like all of them, that is a huge, that's a crossover there. But something much smaller, you could weather the storm on that.
Well, and the township can't levy an income tax, so they're going to be absorbed or not our monkey.
Again, that's to be every township
Right.
across
Right.
the-
I mean,
that's
so-
something we'll have to.
So I think, if this passes, the state is going to have a problem, a massive problem, because they will not have, throughout the state, they will have lost police, fire, roads, schools. They cannot ignore that. There will be emergency sessions. There will be, whatever. They do have that rainy day fund, which they've never tapped into, some $8 billion, whatever, but that's not going to cover a whole lot. But that would cover, I'm making things up here, but I think it's around $20 billion, I believe, is what property taxes collect throughout the state. So, maybe they could fund the state, for half a year with their rainy day fund, whatever, until they could get something else in place. But yeah, I don't think we can probably craft a message even clear in our own minds what would need to happen between now and certainly May or even November. I think we just have to kind of wait and see, and then understand that the state's going to have to provide some alleviation, however they're going to do it, because they're going to know the whole state cannot descend into anarchy because of lack of funding. So they will have to call emergency sessions, and it'll be really an unprecedented event in Ohio history that they're going to have to deal with it. What's that?
Not necessarily a bad one either.
No.
They have to actually do something about it.
But what they'll be able to do is gonna be so limited. I mean, the amount of money that is brought in by property tax across the state cannot be replaced by what is brought in by state income tax. Like, that's not possible.
Well, what surprised me was, and I think these numbers are fairly accurate. I think the Ohio budget is on the order of $100 billion a year, and schools receive on the order of about $10 billion, thereabouts. If this property tax thing happens and it's eliminated, I believe statewide the overall collection is about $20 billion. So if you think in terms of the state budget being $100 billion, and all of a sudden now they've got to assume another $20 billion. What efficiencies can they find? And some level of additional taxation. And largely, look at the business. That's what's really created this situation, is that they've offloaded the taxation on businesses to be a quote unquote more friendly environment for businesses, and it's come at the expense of homeowners, often those that are least able to pay it. I mean, you're talking about people that are retired, disabled, fixed income. It's the least fair tax of all, but that's the decision the state has made. And I kind of was harsh with what I said at the opening today about our current legislators, and to include the ones that haven't responded to me yet. Keep in mind, they're not the ultimate responsible party, right? This has been something that's been developed over decades. It's not something that just happened. But I do think our current legislators could be more in touch with what's going on and more responsive and just more informed. Because I, like you said, Audra, I don't think they really understand what they're doing. It's a very complex topic, and I don't think they could probably pass a multiple choice test on a lot of topics that were brought up today.
But they've also not done anything about it for decades. They've known that this is a problem.
Yeah.
People like us have told them this is a problem.
Yeah.
They're not. They just don't listen.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe they don't know what to do to fix it.
So, I don't know. November's going to be interesting. Mitt, this has been awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You did a phenomenal
I
job.
feel a lot less dumb now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. What time are our guests arriving?
10-ish.
Okay, cool. Okay, would anybody be mad if we do a 5-minute, maybe a 10-minute recess here
Yeah,
and
that's
get
what
it? All right, I would like to make a motion for a 10-minute recess. Does my motion have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Pryor.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, you take your time, sir. Whenever you're ready, you can call the roll on a 10-minute recess, or say reconvene at 10:10. Moved by me, seconded by Dr. Pryor.
Ready?
Do we need to vote on that?
Yeah, whenever Mr. Gotham's ready, you can call the roll.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn, Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
No.
Oh, hate you so much.
Dr. Pryor.
Yes.
5 yeses.
All right, 10-minute recess. We good? All right, we are back out of recess. Very much like to welcome you. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Always good every year. Have an opportunity, kind of in this setting. I know we do it elsewhere also, but to have a discussion. Like to welcome our teachers union, the SEA. So thanks so much for taking time out of your Saturday before the big snowmageddon being here. I know. Hopefully we're all prepared. We didn't really have any topics or anything, but wanted the opportunity. So if there's anything just to discuss, sometimes it's a little bit more
Informal than usual, but the floor is open to any and all. I just appreciate you being here.
Thank you for the opportunity to have a public meeting. We always appreciate this every year, so it's something that, we do our best to try to work it out. Obviously, we don't have everyone here, but if we could, though, we would like to introduce ourselves just real quick to remind you, because maybe perhaps you don't remember everyone.
Julie Giles High School. Eric Marshall High School.
I'm Mark Carrera at the high school.
Lisa Linton Perkins from the Bell. Renee Main at Bell Creek, and Samantha Holding is there too, but she's not here today. And I'm Shelley Smith, and I'm now closed.
And neither did we have. So, we're just, if there's anything that you would like to discuss, perhaps, if not, again, we just appreciate the opportunity, so.
Let's sit here and stare at each
That's why I didn't want to necessarily do that, so.
We're good with
Nothing else to please because I was kind of bringing some numbers.
I read the simple rules.
I had a question. Mr. Craig, you could explain like the MOU process and how that maybe looks to you guys
On
and
our
how,
end,
yeah.
so an MOU is a memorandum of understanding which can either change the contract going forward forever or just for the term of that contract. Typically what we do is once that is brought to our attention or given to us, we as a group will discuss, hey, what do we think about this? Is there anything that we feel like could be amended to this and give it back to the district for their opportunity to kind of consider that? And however that process however that works out, then we would move towards the entire membership having the opportunity to vote on that particular MOU. And so it doesn't become part of the legal contract as far as that goes. I guess it takes a few meetings before we usually are able to accomplish this.
You mean once a month or so?
And we typically meet once a month, correct? And every once in a while we'll miss a meeting. I don't remember that December. Right, every once in a while that to be outside. But yeah, so I do think we've done a couple of MOUs in the past recently, and so we know how to get that done. But it is a challenge in its own right to be able to get. It's not like when you vote for the entire contract, everyone is invested and wants to show up and vote for that. When you're voting for an MOU that has nothing to do with anyone, realistically, it's harder. And we do have to have a requisite number of people to vote, and so that becomes part of that issue also.
Are those viewed in a positive light or a negative light? Like, because I know, I guess from like, we ask a lot of you a lot of times, like we're constantly bringing those to you.
I think the SEA doesn't necessarily want to do those all the time. That's not necessarily a hard and fast type of thing. I do think that it's just like voting in general. I think it's indifference. People that just don't show up, kind of like we have 65% of the voters show up in the United States, so we have to shoot for 51% of the membership, which, depending on if we don't have the opportunity to get everybody together in one place, that's what makes it.
Would it be correct, and just trying to my own understanding too, I wonder, that's a good question, but it also might, I'll just be blunt, I don't know how to word it otherwise, but kind of like, who is it helping, maybe factors into that a little bit. If it's like an administrative driven task that would be something awful to the teachers, obviously that'd be different than if it's an ask of like, hey, a teacher came and I don't know, a good example, or like wanted a chess club and a teacher would like to be compensated for chess club then that, that kind of helps the teachers. Like, so maybe there's that kind of a balance too. Is an MOU better or worse?
Most of the things that we've done in the past, so some of those things will probably be just administrative decisions. So Dr. Jose wanted to put some of those things upon us, that's the way I would go. But when it comes to money or contracts, that's where we have to have that approval. And typically, we want to do what's best for kids.
Yeah.
So,
I just didn't know if there were any drawbacks that we should be considerate and cognizant of making sure that we're not doing too many,
They're usually pretty positive, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like people think, oh, this is nice.
Like, I just want to make sure, like,
this.
because I personally, things that come through, I was like, oh, okay, we want to give teachers more money, that's great. But then I want to make sure we're not like,
I
having
think
unintended
I
consequences.
think the timing of it can be, we are just a year out from our next contract. So that itself can be one of those issues that we'll discuss as far as how that will work. So,
That's very helpful.
that was great. Stop you and talk for a couple minutes, I guess. Anybody have anything they wanted to add to that?
No, I brought it up before, when we were talking about it. I just always like the idea of a person having a building. As far as the building to know, like, okay, Mrs. Dorner's our person. Like, I don't know, I might see her in the building because she's invested in Bell Creek this year or whatever. It's kind of, I don't know, it just feels more cohesive and more like we're working together. And then I was thinking, when we talk about that, I'm like, well, I'm not even sure who Bell Creek's person is. Do we have a person?
I don't think we've talked about it yet this year.
Yeah, because she did say, yeah, like that, because I know you.
I
commented-
assumed you're still ours. so
Yeah.
I accepted you.
Yeah, I'm always there.
I do,
That's
yes,
funny.
I know.
I mean, proximity too,
I know.
Yeah, that'd be a great discussion. We talk about that a little bit, of ideas you may have, or even things, places where you wouldn't want us, but like things that we could do, because kind of what we've done to this point is it's more sort of the events. Like I'm a middle school rep, so I try to be at the middle school band concerts, or, that kind of thing, so we can greet people who are coming in. But yeah, any other better ideas of how we can better integrate into other buildings goings on? Yeah, a lot of times, and there's also one-off things, like a teacher be really kind and invite me, hey, can you be a shark for the Shark Tank thing that we're doing, whatever. And that's awesome, because then it's during the day when kids are in, you get to see that energy and stuff. But yeah, I'm thinking back of like my building liaison experiences have been more after-school kind of band concerts or sports or.
Which, I know people are busy, but like, at least I know at our building, and I think Stephen Bell, like, again, I don't always know everything going on in all the other buildings, but we have our PBS assemblies every quarter, and just a pop in, just a great, because I think there's 720 kids or something. I mean, just to even, hey, this PBS assembly, you guys have had great behavior. I don't know, just like a quick little 2-minute thing, just to make your face, that's all the staff, all the students. I'm just
I
brainstorming
think
ideas.
that's great, like, I would like to do BCI this year, because my kids are both in high school and both way too embarrassed for me to show up. So, I can't go there, except for activities I'm authorized to go to, which definitely no academic team meetings, I'm not allowed to go to those, but I am allowed to track meetings. Anyway, so BCI, I don't have anyone there, so, and Mike's moved up to the middle school, so what could I come to? I mean, I was there for orientation,
Which is
Veterans
great.
Day,
Orientation is a
so,
big
but
deal.
I'd love to come to more things, I'm free during the day, what,
I mean,
I
we
just
do
don't
an
know what.
assembly, we do one a quarter,
Okay.
What does PBI?
I get
the dates.
Yeah, I mean, I would have
positive behavior.
come to the kids are still a little bit cute, so I.
You can't.
Yeah, right, yeah.
It turns into this thing where I would love to just come and walk around, just get the vibe and see what happens, but you have to balance that with, teachers don't necessarily want a board member popping into the back of their classroom, or like, like walking around unannounced.
One of my most favorite things that Ms. Lichtenberg invited me to a meeting of the leadership team there, and we invited Dr. Kozat, and it was like, I personally left that meeting feeling very positive, and we got some hey, we're having this issue, and this is what we think about it, and I'm like, oh, well, I didn't get that impression, and it was just, I felt like we don't need to do that every quarter or every, but it was awesome. So, I mean, I don't know how
that. You know, 'cause I genuinely like being in the school. You know, I visited classroom here at Square and then chemistry class. I genuinely love the school environment and love to just, I love to learn. So I actually sit there and go, oh, I learned something about chemistry today or business history or whatever. And so it's really encouraging to hear that you're not only okay with it, but you're actually asking for it, you know. So I appreciate your bringing that up today.
So we're a community, you know. So when I grew up in this community, I love this
Yeah.
community. So I like the closeness, and that's why I always loved Bellbrook. And, you know, like we had a big cereal run at Bell Creek, you know,
Yeah,
like some of those
that's
big
what I-
events, you know.
That's,
Giving back to this community, that feels good too, and us working together to give back to the community. So, those are some of my brainstorm ideas.
thank you. I'll do my best to get to more things with BCI and figure out when they are, so I would ask them about.
I'll continue to dig deeper into those and put those on the board. Also.
I would say too, if you did want to talk to teachers or to kind of see something, I can go through our admin, talk to Mr. Klein, talk to Dr. Cozad, and we can kind of figure out what the most interesting thing for you to do would be, or how to make those things happen, right? Because it, just the structure, the structure of the day is different at the high school and middle school than it is in the elementaries. So to kind of fit in all that, like, you know, if you want to get up and like, you know, be there at 7:20 in the morning to like, you know, that's the other issue that we have. So we're going really early. So.
And that's why being invited, I think, is such a great way. Like, I don't like to just drop in unless, you know, this is people talking to, but being invited to some things is like, okay, I don't want to make anybody feel uncomfortable, obviously, but if I'm invited, like Mr. Kerr invites us to things, and it's really great to be included in those, to see just how amazing you guys are, and the dynamic between your students, so.
If you would like us to talk to our admin about making sure that you're invited, we can do that.
Yeah, yeah, because I know some of us are real, you know, we want to make sure we're being appropriate, invited and not interested.
And also, not everything has to be shown.
Right.
Like,
No,
like sometimes I think it would help me understand the culture, the vibe of the building, just to, I don't know, walk around with an administrator while everyone's just teaching, just seeing how things go. What is this place like when classes are changing? What is this place like during lunchtime and now there's no fun? Like, just seeing what a normal day is like is the piece that I think we don't ever get, because when we are coming in, it's because there's a pep rally, there's an assembly there, it's like chaos happening or a show.
Who's to say there's not chaos on
Right, but like help me understand what that chaos is like, right? What the culture of the kids are, what the, you know.
And that's the best thing about having one in every building.
Yeah.
The dynamics and like the little ones are starting to grow up, so, you know, it's gonna change, so. Those connections.
How's it going without the cell phones tonight?
It's been a relatively smooth transition of timeline.
Very well.
How does it work with kids that have to have it for like medical, like blood sugar monitoring and stuff like that? Are kids like having a problem because this kid's allowed to have a phone, or they seem to understand that it's an exception?
Great.
Like, kids tend to understand.
Good.
And that was communicated brilliantly before, so.
The rollout for that was
Yeah.
so impressive. Just the videos ahead of time warning, you know, it was just great. Mr. Cannon, great.
I did bring in Uno, and Uno lasts for my homeroom, and after the first day, I said, bring back the phones. But it's become a tournament, and they are having, it's actually pretty fun.
There were more board game requests on like this Christmas list at the middle school and high school, so that was awesome.
And the biggest challenge actually has been making them be quiet when one or two people are finishing something. Because before, how that no longer exists, but that predates this entire year, actually.
At the middle school, we actually started, cell phones prior to the legislation, and it has been a very, very positive thing.
Has there been a lot of discipline associated with like kids sneaking in the bathroom, kids like trying?
It's a lot easier now, because it's like, it's just, it's automatic, like, sorry.
Mr. Guerrero has a different look
Well,
on
no,
his face.
there's always people, there are always going to be a few people that push the envelope. So like this past week in my my study hall, I was walking around, I walk around a lot typically, but not always in the study hall, which was a big concern. There was a young man, a freshman, who I don't even know his name because I only had him in this period. And he had his phone, he had his Chromebook open, he had his phone. Now I have to watch him now.
The first week, there was a line in the office for kids to pick them up at the end of the day, but that was only the first week that I was in there, so.
Everything's working. They'll switch them out. I mean, people pass notes, right? Like, have they started passing notes again? Do they even know about that?
But in sociology, we talk about how schools help to socialize us as we get older, and a lot of things would actually fall upon schools. And I think this is just one other thing, like, because we lost like a big chunk of kids who don't know proper like phone etiquette. Like, when is the appropriate time to be on your phone? I mean, when I'm out in public and I see a young parent with their kids running around and just on their phone. And so I think that in the long term, and I try to tell the kids this, in the long term, it's going to be a positive thing for everyone. And it's, I still have kids saying, I wish I had my phone.
Well, I think it's great. I personally probably wouldn't have been brave enough just to do that policy without the state saying it, but I was like, oh, if we have to, wasn't like, so I think it's good to let the kids talk and be kids. Yeah, you don't have that problem with BCI. Thank goodness. They still like being kids. Yeah, which is why I like teaching them, because they're still
It was before you arrived today, but you may well find it worthwhile to go back and watch Mr. Gotham's presentation on school funding and a lot of the legislative activity that's happened, at the state level with this property tax reform. And we're really quite concerned as board members here, because there is a not insignificant probability of a complete revolution in Ohio come November, and the potential complete elimination of property taxes, of which we get 70% of our funding from local property taxes. So this will be a catastrophic, nuclear event if it takes place. Not that you can do anything about it, but just be aware and understand that that's going to create some stress for us as board members as November approaches, and certainly then if it passes, we're going to be scrambling, trying to figure out how we're going to manage a budget with 70% of our money just eliminated. So, he did a phenomenal job, and I'm sure he would share the slide deck he put together. Actually, it's available through
It's online.
through our whatever it's called here, so you can see that. But just understand that's a real concern, and unfortunately, y'all would be very much directly impacted by it if this takes place. So
This is on the radar of the OEA. The OEA is, doing its best also, because obviously this is a political outcome that would not be in the best interest of the vast majority of students in the state of Ohio, not just here in Bellbrook, which would be disastrous for us here, but public education, as it has been for decades, probably under attack, and this is just increasing, ratcheting it up just a little bit more. So hopefully that is not the outcome. Obviously, everybody I talk to, I try to encourage them to be informed,
Yeah.
as far as it's concerned.
I don't know, in one respect, if it happened, it would be like, maybe this is the watershed moment that will actually, force the state of Ohio to do what they should do with respect to school funding, because it's a disaster. Again, when you listen to his presentation, it is so complex, the way schools are funded in Ohio and the way taxation works, and the tax burden that's been shifted from businesses to just, the retired lady down on, Vimco who, has lived in her house for 50 years and she's fixed income. It's just, it's a really sad situation. So this is the bed that the state has created, and if it happens, maybe good could come from it if it does, because right now it's just, the current model of school funding is just not acceptable. When you have the state without hesitation, writing out a check for $8,400 to send a kid to private school, and we can't, if you just kind of like, I guess extrapolate, we get roughly what, $2,200–$2,300 per. It's not even per student. It's just what it works out to be when you take the number of students divided by the $6,200 or $6,200,000 we get from the state. It works out to $2,200–$2,300 or whatever it is. So I don't understand why the state is happy to write out a check, without question, to a school with no standards for either admission or curriculum or whatnot, and yet we're begging, to get $2,200–$2,300 effectively. So again, the state's created this, and if it happens in November, in one sense it's a disaster. But in the other sense, it might be an opportunity for the school situation to be addressed. But now, blah 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 blah. Just be aware that this is a major concern of ours. I don't think there's anything any of us can do about it except just be prepared for some significant turmoil if November comes along and that constitutional amendment passes, because it's going to be absolutely an emergency at that point. So.
Area of ignorance for me as to how all of that works behind the scenes and how it gets funded, chosen. And we may have questions, some of which I'm sure will be for Dr. Koza, but just the teacher's perspective, I think might be helpful if you have the moment.
We had some of us that had to.
You are under no obligation to stay.
It's only a 3-hour presentation.
You probably have to go,
It's probably like,
groceries before.
really, it's probably 5 to 10 minutes. It's not long.
But whatever, somebody needs to head out, obviously.
The only thing I know about supplementals is Mrs. Schmierman said everything had ever been working something.
Well, we want to maybe kick that off now? But seriously, anybody needs to head out, like, today.
Really.
You gotta give me a second. Can I see if you copy of it?
Do we want to do liaisons or just send it to the next building?
We can talk about that after. Yeah, I'll add that to it.
This is the one, right?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Would you please? I don't think that matters.
No,
Before you start.
it's been updated. Can you use the one on the old?
All right, replace the batteries before you start. Yeah, give me a second.
Oh, that's better.
You don't have magic for the kicker. No, I mean in the mic, since it shut off a couple times. This is a fucking. I know.
Or anybody watching at home. We're changing batteries in the speaker.
supplementals. I think it's 124. Today's the 24th, right? No, I did not. It's on board docs. Oh, okay. Well, it's a PDF on there, on board docs. Okay. All right. Well, the first part is the same. So just to, I can go ahead and start. So, so this is supplementals and pupil activity contracts, and so they're different but one and the same. So supplemental contracts are limited contracts given to teachers to complete additional duties outside the scope of their regular teaching duties. Pupil activity, you find them? No. Just go to the copy. We'll be all right. Go to the copy. It's all right. There's only one little nuance. Okay. There we go. All right. Next slide. Yep. So as I read, supplementals are limited contracts given to teachers to complete additional duties outside the scope of their teaching duties. And pupil activity contracts are very similar to supplemental contracts. However, they are given to individuals who are not licensed to teach in the school district. And so supplementals are part of the SEA contract. They're offered first to SEA employees, then to admins. Then SEA employees receive a supplemental contract, but non-SEA employees receive a pupil activity contract. So it's the same coaching position, same club position, whatever it is. It just is if you are a licensed or a person that is under SEA, you receive a supplemental. If you are not a part of SEA's umbrella, you receive a pupil activity contract.
Okay.
So it's the same position. We just call them different things because we have a contractual obligation to SEA,
Okay.
and then we don't have a contractual obligation to folks that aren't either covered by the SEA or in the SEA. All right, next slide. So all pupil activity contracts, so non-SEA employees are non-renewed in May. Supplemental contracts are not non-renewed, but everyone has to apply for the next year. So if you are not covered by the SEA or in the SEA, your contract is automatically non-renewed. So if someone is just is a community member and they're coaching for us, they receive a pupil activity contract. If we have a teacher that is coaching for us, they receive a supplemental. It could be for the same position. So the way that process happens is all positions are posted in May. That's through the Human Resources / Mrs. Woody department. So pupils recommend for non-athletics. Principals recommend for non-athletics, so clubs or leadership positions. But the BHS, BMS athletic directors recommend for athletics. Positions can be divided between more than one person, so sometime on a board agenda you'll see 78% or 15%, or so we are, multiple people have that same position. Positions are paid different amounts, so these amounts are a percent of the base salary SEA employees, and also we've extended that to Greene County Career Center and ESE employees if they spend the majority of the day in our school district. For example, we have Greene County Career Center employees that are at the middle school or high school, and so they are treated like an SEA employee for the compensation pieces of this. And so that's because if you're covered under SEA, you get steps for your contract or for clubs, whereas if you're not part of SEA and you receive a pupil activity contract, you do not receive steps. You're at step 0. So positions do not have to be filled. It's up to the administration's discretion whether we fill those positions. And unfortunately, when we were had some levy issues and things, 4 or 5 years ago, that's what we did. We just didn't fill some positions. And then supplementals can be reviewed as part of contract negotiations. Sometimes there can be part of an MOU, but those things can come up. They don't have to. They can come up during contract negotiations as a part of the whole negotiation.
So is there any questions on that?
I think that
Because we're going to get to an example.
different amounts would be, but if you're going to get to.
We're going to get to that next slide. That's why I brought the content expert in for that part. Yeah, that's the next slide of how they're paid. I mean, but what percent is paid? That's a negotiated item with SEA. So like 0.04, 0.0 whatever, that particular percent is a negotiated item that is in the contract with SEA.
For every individual supplemental.
Correct. For every individual
And is
supplemental.
that a percentage of their salary?
It's a percentage of the base salary
okay.
or as the steps go on. But it's the base salary, not their base salary, but the base salary. We'll do that in a second.
Okay.
But it's the bachelor's, yeah. The bachelor's. Yeah. It's not like master's. If I'm at master's 30, I don't get that. I get the base salary
So
percent.
then how's a pupil activity contract? Is it based on what they would make?
Correct. It's the same percent.
Same
They just don't
percent.
get steps. People activity contracts don't get steps. But it's the same percent, correct. Yep. Yeah. So that's why it's kind of, they're the same position, you just kind of get at them a little differently, and we call them different things. Yeah. Other questions? Okay, all right. Mr. Gatto. Oh, I don't know if I did that or.
Yeah. So basically, this is how, this is an example of a supplemental contract. So if you see step 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's in a negotiated union contract, the SEA. And the base salary on the negotiated contract, that's what, if there's a new hire teacher who starts at, is a bachelor, that's it, bachelor, step 0 to 6. That's what they'll be making this year. So the base salary changes every year with negotiated, you know how the salary schedules change. So the step 0 starts at 43,722 and step 6 can go to 56,970. In this example, the salary index that's negotiated in the negotiated agreement is 0.05, which is about 5% of the base salary. So a person making on this thing at step 0 will make 2186. And if they were on step 6, they will be making 2848.50. So that's for the RSCA members. If they are slash or they are from outside, they'll always be on step 0 and they can only make 2186. They do not get the steps.
And so that obviously at 0.05, that is whatever's in the contract for that specific supplemental, that's what it is. This is just an example.
The football coach will have a whatever points or whatever.
Right.
Every club has.
Yes.
What do they range? Just, or is it totally different between?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head what they range.
The lowest.
0.014, I think maybe the lowest.
Yeah.
Was the lowest, and I'm not sure the highest.
0.079.
I was thinking.
Okay.
Okay.
Somewhere in that range.
And can I assume maybe, time on task is factored into that,
Yeah.
right? Like, so a club that meets once a month is different from a club that meets 3 times a week or something, and that probably is how it, okay.
That was my question. How is this determined?
Yeah.
Well, there's also like a factor, I know a couple years with sports tonight, internet.
Please.
Yeah, that's why we kept you here. No, yeah.
Like the level of like, I don't know how to put this, but physical danger involved in the sport.
Yeah.
Sometimes will allow those sports to be paid more because those coaches are probably at greater risk themselves to a degree. And so co-curriculars are always tends to be paid more, I don't know if I'm using the right term, but is that what it is?
Co-curriculars, yeah.
Co-curriculars
Club and co-curricular, yeah.
are typically always paid less than athletics. Athletics are always going to be paid, typically, let's say, athletics are always paid.
Athletics. They practice every day.
And it's just the season.
But all the different athletics are different.
Correct.
Can be, yes.
And are those indexes set by the union, or is that proposed by the administration?
That's a negotiated item.
It's negotiated.
That's a negotiated item, yeah.
And every year, when we negotiate, every 3 years, we talk about that. Like somebody says, well, I think it should be this, like this person, this coach should be paid the same as this coach,
Right.
Or this is a new position, or, it's going to negotiate that.
It's been in the last, 3 contracts maybe that we changed a lot of this.
tried to update it.
It was, right, because a lot of them were no longer in use.
And you asked about an MOU, I actually was part of an MOU. I was not paid a supplemental for being on the building leadership team, only grade levels like kindergarten, first and second. Several years ago, we added special areas, so Stacy teacher got finally paid after like 15 years of volunteering, and I finally got paid for intervention. So that was an MOU that was also a supplemental. So I was grateful to finally receive a little bit of money for that. Are there more slides? Or-
No, this is it.
Okay.
No, sorry, no, this is it. No, that's it. I told you it was only gonna be 5 or 10 minutes, yeah.
No, yeah, I
Go
was waiting to see if
No.
I should hold my question
No,
for the next.
You can ask your question now.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
No, I was just saying, so obviously we know, okay, there's always clubs and sports, so those are all supplemental. And there's obviously other things, like you just mentioned, that we don't even know what that is. But like the other things you're doing for your job, like
Right.
I'm also the chair of the, whatever,
Yes.
those are all
Yes.
supplemental.
Right, right.
For a sport, or I guess it could be a club, but primarily sports, how is it decided how many supplementals are allocated for that sport? The football team has a head coach and X number of assistants, cross country is different. How does that get? I mean, I know it's negotiated,
But
but
beyond
like,
that, the staff themselves make those decisions. So like when he was talking about dividing it up, I coached track and cross country here at Bellbrook for 15 years. When we made those cuts in 2010, I had to, in order to have coaches, I had to give up my pay to give them. So that's what happens. If you have 3 positions and you want to have 6 coaches, then you're dividing up that money. So that's the
Sometimes it can be an administrative decision, because like for the building leadership teams, there's a certain number of supplementals per building, but most building admin want further representation than that number of positions, so they usually cut them in half. So that way they double the number of people who serve on that group, and that they just get better representation that way.
I would say how we arrived at those numbers that are in the contract right now, just over the years, that's what was agreed upon in the contract. And so every time that we go to negotiate, that's something that we think about, is this enough, too many, whatever else. And so, but a lot of those are just, I don't want to say historical, but that's the way that they're historical, they're there. And so for us, that would be a negotiated item that, hey, we don't want this anymore. They want to add this or whatever it is, add or delete, that's a negotiated item in the contract process.
I think I asked all these questions. For us, like from our perspective, we just see things like this person's going to be an assistant and they get half of this and like half of how many. We don't ever really get to see how many and how this all play out. We see this name, do you approve that name? When we talk about back to your previous presentation about things that are routine processes and that, what are your thoughts on? Is it time to do a scrub of those? And I can say when I brought up this as like, hey, I'd like to learn about this at this meeting or throwing out topics, it was a meeting where there were a number of teachers in the audience, and I could see it. I could see these heads smiling and nodding, like this seemingly was something that was a point of angst for some folks. I don't know. That's all. That's purely anecdotal, right? Do we ever just take the whole list and say, all right, at every club, how often does that club meet? How many kids are coming to each meeting? To determine, because clubs change and morph, sports change and morph, like how many students, like we're paying the cross-country coach, we're just paying them historically the same, whether 20 kids come out for cross-country or 80 kids that come out for cross-country. Like, have we gone back and looked at all, not to get rid of overall the amount of what we're putting into supplementals, but to a re-leveling every so often to see that this club gets, 5 kids are coming on a routine basis, and this one has really grown, and now there's 80 kids coming to this one, and this one has become a a way bigger thing versus a way smaller thing. Is that ever done on a more across the board basis, or is it always kind of onesie twosie, like when negotiations come up?
Well, I said, like, it was maybe 3 contracts ago, so on our side, we'll have committees in charge of different parts of the contract.
Okay.
So we will have people that will look at that and come to us with proposals when we finally enter into negotiations with our company. So we do those kind of things. And we do, I mean, I love many of the people that hold those positions should come to those meetings and want to be in those committees. Right? But ultimately, like, we're going to negotiate. The supplements are a very small part of what the contract is. In a contract, we want to benefit everyone. Those supplements benefit kids, but they benefit a very small number of employees, realistically. And so our goal is to typically the other direction, focus on the bigger picture.
We do look at
But
when we
we do look
negotiate.
at it, right.
Yeah.
And
And
if we
people
have
come to us and
opportunities.
say, hey, I've been doing this club, but now it's grown, you know, which kind of, I would look at something, you know, or some, last time somebody said, hey, you 80 kids come to chess club once a week, and there's nobody getting paid for this.
Right,
you know?
right.
And so then, okay, well, we're gonna try to negotiate that, you know. So it kind of comes about
But I
like
like
that.
your idea, because like as a former cross-country runner, when I ran, I didn't run to Bellbrook, but there were 5 girls on our team, and the coach through the years has grown that program forever. I don't know what he's paid, but obviously, I mean, historically, it was a very small commitment, and now it's a very large program, so I really like your idea that, you know, maybe looking at things and saying, but it's grown or not, but like the chess club, I mean, it started small and was used for that person, maybe didn't pay for it.
I mean, so, I mean, we take a look at those, Mr. Odell takes a look, especially at the coaching, the principals, we take a look at those. Sometimes the challenges, sometimes the membership of those clubs ebb and flow. And so, you know, one year they got 1,000 kids going to it, the next year they got 15. And so that's a challenge of trying to, you have to look at it a little bit more longer term. Like, hey, historically this club really has a lot more kids or impacting whatever. Just because they kind of ebb and flow a little bit. And so I know we have some supplementals that they don't, that position really don't, that club doesn't really exist anymore. And so that was kind of when we tried to do the principal flexible supplemental was sometimes folks come to the principal with the great idea, hey, I got a great club, and so trying to maybe get that club off the ground a little bit, and we'll pay them a little bit, and maybe that club then takes off, or maybe the club after a year, like, it didn't really go. And then that allows the principal to say, okay, now there's nobody coming to this one, now I can maybe go over here to this other club, or this other activity. that I
And
can
we
pay
wouldn't have to
folks
go
over
back for another MOU to.
Right, so it gives them some flexibility on that, because again, sometimes it's somebody really wants to do something, and then they maybe don't want to do it anymore, or they leave, or whatever else, and then there's kind of a hole right there.
Or a teacher thought it was great, but kids weren't interested.
Yeah, that could be awesome.
Do we, I remember history of adding supplementals, or to add Walter, to add whatever. I don't remember ever voting to remove.
We would not probably do that person on our end. And ultimately, those go unfilled. So
So they just go unfilled rather than, but then when we negotiate a big contract the next time, do they fall off, or do they still sit on there, and that's a club we had 10
There have been times where we change things slightly, like one of the things that pops in my mind is JROTC has had different programs, and they changed those programs, and so over the years, we have tried to change those also in the contract. Because some no longer, they used to have a model air balloon building club, which no longer exists, and I think we changed it to maybe a physical fitness type of club, just for sorry.
One
No,
was,
that's good, yeah, sometimes they
we
morph into
changed
something
it, maybe it
else.
was math and tableau, I don't know. But then it became academic team advisor. So like you kind of changed the name to fit the club that's going on, but I don't remember exactly what was changed, but years ago there was some type of academic thing. So they just changed the name. To kind of fit what was currently being done.
But like the MOU, so we agreed to like the bowling team, there was no like wage in it. It had to be a new retirement.
Intramural sports, now bowling.
Right.
Okay.
But that's a good point. Intramural sports is something that's in the contract that has not been done for 20 years, I believe. But it's there. In case somebody said, hey, you know what, I'd be willing to get organized this season.
Of all the things I think would benefit for our kids, that's one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, there are some winners that aren't built, so no one's being paid for those.
Right.
We're just gonna say it's not used, it's not paid out.
Right,
Correct.
right.
Keeps us from having to go back to that.
Yeah, but if you look at it, it's gone forever, and then
Right.
if you want it again, we have to do it.
I'm a big fan of the club. My daughter goes PE club and art club, academic team, drone team, and every night she loves the club. Trying to drag her brother to the club. No love for the club.
No, I appreciate this, because we do get questions rather often about, hey, you know, it's usually a parent that is involved in something. Hey, why does, I don't know, baseball have 12 coaches for whatever, 17 kids, and cross country has 4 coaches for 85 kids, right, or whatever. And I've always struggled to answer those kind of questions. Sometimes I can say, yeah, some of those folks are volunteers or they're sharing. But when it comes down, how many coaches are off, like truly, like by the books, authorized, say, I still don't have much.
Some of those
Like, I would love to see what that list looks like.
Yeah, so that's all in the
And
contract, you get
I would
that
love
list.
to-
Yep, so it'd be better to look at it by position, not by person, because
Right.
a position, there could be 3 people filling that one position. So there could be 15 people doing this activity, but there's only 5 positions.
Right, so I can explain
Yeah.
that to a parent
Yeah.
and say, hey, those 2 guys don't get paid much because they're sharing a job,
Yeah.
and they're cool because they just want coaching experience, and I can explain that.
Yep.
Now, there are
But
s-
if the question comes, okay, why are we, paying for X number of coaches for this team and not this team, or this club has 10 people in it and they meet once a month, and this club has 100 people in it and they meet twice a week, why is that different? Like, I would like some more insight into that, so.
Yeah, they might be getting paid 2 different amounts also, so that could be.
Right, and
Yeah.
I have no idea, like, it's hard to, I would like more insight into understanding what our.
And are there some things that are covered by like the booster program, like with the band?
If it's covered, it's not in the supplemental, it's not in our.
But they could be paying a coach.
They could be
and-
contracting with somebody.
Okay.
They could be
Because I think that
contracting
could
with
be
somebody.
confusing too. What's the school paying for, what's the
Right.
booster class?
Right, they could be contracting with somebody.
No band does that, does athletics do much of that?
I don't think they do much for that.
Maybe a hitting coach or something randomly there or something.
Thank you. I never knew the difference between a pupil activity contract and a supplemental. Now I do.
Yeah, you do. That's why there are 2 different sections on the board agenda.
This is like split up on the actual contract. So the performance it says how much they're paid percentage wise as they were talking about.
Okay.
And it shows all, it is all. public.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Is it
can
all
give that.
online, do you know if it's digital?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you that part of the
I don't
contract.
want to print that in pages.
No.
Legal contract.
That part is
No.
probably only 4 or 5 pages. That part of
And I
it.
can read all that, and it's helpful. It's hard to read all that, understand it without having this background.
Right, I saw all those .05 and whatever, but I didn't know.
Like, yeah, of what, and,
So that's very helpful.
got it.
It'll make more sense now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
for sure.
structured very just one per
Right.
line, you know,
Yeah.
so it's laid out pretty easily, once you understand how it works.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in, appreciate it.
Have a nice long
We'll see everybody Monday.
I know. Yeah, right. Yeah.
We told him to call Sunday, so you guys can sleep.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
list. Mrs. Anderson asked if we want to talk about building liaisons for this year. Do we want to do that now? Do we want to do that in 2 weeks? Do we just want to say, yeah, keep them all the same except Dr. Pryor might want
I was
BCI?
gonna do BCI, because your kids are out of BCI, and my kid's out of the middle school, so we could switch, and I'm happy to do BCI. Yeah.
I'm still good.
Kevin and I have been sharing the high school, but I honestly, if Kevin does a great job of staying up to date with like transportation and whatever. So if you, we can both do the high school, but if you want to continue focusing on like riding buses and engaging with
Yeah.
that kind of, call it fifth building, I would love that. Not,
Fifth building?
well, I mean, the,
You're banished
The-
to the trans.
not transportation, but you are really engaged with transportation, but
Mhm.
there's also the folks that are at St. Pierre, there's the preschool that's ours but not ours. So if you want to stay with me on the high school but continue to lean more heavily
Sure, I'll
in
do
that
twice the work as
area,
you. No problem.
area.
Still do as
Like-
many high school things as my kids were.
No, yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, I
Because
like.
you're already really engaged there and do a great job with that. With all the safety stuff and
yeah.
like
Yep.
just district-wide initiatives, call it.
Yeah, I want to be more involved in the high school as well, you know, and still can be, you know, so. I was really encouraged to hear them say that they're actually want us to be involved, you know. I was really encouraged to hear that. So I talked to a couple of teachers about visiting their class in the current year. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But I genuinely like visiting. I'd love to learn, and I'll pick up something about biology today or whatever, you know, or chemistry or history or whatever, and just to see the kids. I mean, I love, like, for example, I will go to like the veterans thing, you know, we do, and it just warms my heart like none other to walk through that school and say, this is why I'm on the school board. These little smiling faces in the hallway, that we make sure that they're properly educated, that they're safe, you know, and I love that contact with those kids. I love the contact with the teachers, and I was just really encouraged to hear that today. You know, so.
I'll circle back to the principals to work with them, and again, if there's something identified, please work with principal myself on that scheduling, but also on the board events I shared last week. There are quite a few things coming up in the next month or so that would lend themselves to, it's probably more after school stuff, but still there's, you know, double back on the other things also, but
Well, and even providing breakfast for some of the buildings is, I love to do that. So,
Sure.
I hadn't heard anything yet, so. It's just a good, nice, I can drop it off.
yep. Okay. Sounds good.
Anybody have anything else random? All right, well, at this time, I'm going to make a motion to move to executive session for the purpose of considering the employment and compensation and investigation of complaints of a public employee per RC 121.22G1, for the purpose of considering the sale of property at competitive bidding or the sale or other disposition of unneeded, obsolete, or unfit for use property in accordance with section 505.10 of the revised code for RC 121.22G2, and for the purpose of reviewing details relative to the security arrangements and emergency response protocols for a public body per RC 121.22G6. Does my motion have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Anderson. All right. We absolutely do not intend to take any decision or vote after this, but you're welcome to stick around if you want. Please call the roll.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Dr. Pryor.
Yes.
5 yeses.
All right. We are in executive session at 11:05 a.m.
All right, you should be able to go.
We're good? All right, we're out of executive session at 1:01 PM. I am making a, wait, let me make sure I know what this is to track stuff. Right here, okay. I am making a motion to adjourn. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Pryor. I am now going to call roll. Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey is a yes. Mr. Price?
Yes.
Dr. Pryor?
Yes.
All right, 5 yeses. We are adjourned at 1:01 PM.